This is the work session for the legislative session that will take place next Monday on September 15th. So we're going to start out with an approval of qualified individuals for supervisor of assessments. I think, Mr. Secretary, you were going to cover this for us.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is submitted by the administration. The procedure, there's an opening, a vacancy with the supervisor of assessments. The administration is tasked with identifying up to 5 qualified candidates. Those candidates are forwarded to the county council for approval, just so that the administration can then move forward those names on to the state for them to essentially make the hire out of those 5 names. So it's on the agenda for your approval. All 5, because it's a personnel matter, the names and the resumes are confidential. If any member needs to review those more in depth, I can furnish that to you. The administration has averred that all 5 of these persons meet the qualifications outlined in the statute for consideration. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
I guess there's no real discussion on this since we kind of an obscure thing, so.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions from the members at all on this? Okay. All right. So we'll move on to fiscal matters. First up, we have Ms. Deborah Schindel, Chief of Property Management, on 2 different items. One's an amendment to a contract for Johnson Controls, digital control of HVA systems and preventive maintenance. And the second is a contract for Easter's Lock and Access Systems preventative door maintenance services and inspections. Ms. Schindel, how are you today?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Good.
Good evening, Councilman Chair and members of the County Council. The administration is requesting an approval of a contract for Easter's Locks and Access Systems to furnish all labor, material, tools, equipments, supervision, and incidentals to perform preventive maintenance, annual inspections of automatic doors, to maintain doors in a working order at all times in various county-owned and operated facilities within Baltimore County. This is a 1-year contract with 4 one-year renewals. The total compensation, estimated compensation for this contract is $291,515.73. This contract was competitively bid and was chosen based on the best value, best qualified, low experience, and low bid. And I'm willing to take any questions you may have on this contract this evening.
Any questions from the members? None? Okay, Ms. Schindel, I guess next item, please.
Thank you. The administration is requesting an approval of an amendment to the contract with Johnson Controls to provide digital controls for HVAC systems and our preventive maintenance services. Out of the original contract, there are $405,484.52, and there is $35,718.73 remaining. The new estimated total compensation of the contract would be $454,916.66 for emergency repairs and emergency preventive maintenance. This contract will expire in 2026 and will be competitively rebid. And I'm willing to take any questions on this contract that you may have.
Any questions from the members? Okay, thank you, Ms. Schindel. We appreciate it. Next up, we have Director Reed from Office of Budget and Finance on a contract for contract and compliance monitoring, prevailing wage requirements, my favorite subject.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. FM3 is a request to approve a contract with Contractor Compliance and Monitoring Incorporated, also known as CCMI, to provide labor compliance program prevailing wage services. The contract will commence upon council approval, continue for 1 year, and automatically renew for 4 additional 1-year periods with the option to extend the additional term by 180 days. The estimated compensation for the contract over the total 5.5 years is $1.8 million. Again, the contractor will provide comprehensive labor compliance prevailing wage services, including but not limited to monitoring enforcement of labor compliance for projects subject to the county's prevailing wage law, conducting prevailing wage related trainings, providing telephone and email support to contractors and subcontractors for prevailing wage related inquiries, monitoring of apprenticeship requirements, and performing reviews of certified, verified payrolls. This contract was awarded through a competitive procurement process based on qualifications, value, experience, and low bid from 3 bidders. And, you know, Mr. Chair, as the council is aware, Bill 10220 established new requirements for which applies to all county capital improvement contracts valued over $300,000 and county subsidized capital contracts receiving assistance over $5 million. And it does 2 things. Prevailing wage says that contractors and subcontractors must pay employees no less than the prevailing wage for comparable work in the private sector, and that includes fringe benefits as well. The local hire portion says that at least 51% of new jobs required to complete a project shall be filled by Baltimore County residents. We are currently monitoring a total of 53 projects right now for a total value of $214 million. The number of contractors and subs who have performed work are 287 since this law was implemented, and we have 166 active primes and subs working that are being monitored under this program. You know, Mr. Chair, as you know, we've spent a lot of time this last year working with the contracting community and the Associated Utility Contractors of Maryland, and we had met as well, and we've been taking a comprehensive look about, you know, what this program does and how we operate, and have, you know, the contractors came to us with over a dozen, you know, issues that they were having. We're happy to say that we've been able to work up to 75% of those, but really truly to enforce the ability for us to prove that prevailing wage was paid, that this contractor will be necessary. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the members? None? Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One, you mentioned 70% of the issues have been addressed. I'm not going to put you on the spot now to tell us what 75%, but would like a conversation with you between now and the vote next week about what those complaints were or concerns were and how they were addressed, just to get a better understanding of what we've been doing, and if there is a plan to address the other 30%.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak generally to, you know, a lot of it was revolved around the paperwork and the reviews of the certified monthly payrolls that the law requires, and that we have been, you know, taking a look at what we're requesting and when, and we have moved back and, you know, taken earlier this summer that we will not be doing full reviews and or audits of those monthly, and that the contractors will be doing, they're self-certifying that they're submitting and paying prevailing wage. However, we have the ability and will be going in periodically every 6 months to various contractors and reviewing or auditing. But it's important that when a project is closed out, that we ensure that those workers were paid the fair wages.
No, absolutely, and that's important. I think that you've clearly been working with the folks that we do business with. We've been getting contacted from both contracts, but also folks that work with the different unions to make sure that we're doing it right. And now that it sounds like that you've been working towards solutions, I just hadn't heard anything from those folks that reached out to us that there have been solutions made. So I'd appreciate just a conversation between now and the vote.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Young. Director Reed, do we have any idea how much, and I say that I'm just curious here, I'm not speaking for or against this, but between what we have to pay for advisory services, what we pay internally to look at this, and how much extra it's costing the county on projects, do we have a roundabout dollar figure for how much the prevailing wage, paying prevailing wages to contractors is costing for?
Yes, I have so we, you know, again, this contract, when you divide it up I think last in fiscal year 25, the total cost we paid to the contractor was a little over $400,000. So that is a cost to the contractor throughout the year. We do have only 2 staff members, like on staff, that are dealing with, again, almost 300 plus primes and subs working through this program. So, when we look at, I would say we budget in a capital project that is subject to prevailing wage. We budget about 1% of that for prevailing wage monitoring services, and the capital budget is charged. Again, the way this vendor is spec'd out, and it's based on percentage of the contract cost, and it has a graduated sliding down scale of what they charge. And, so a lot of times we don't get up to that 1%.
Okay, but I mean, is there a dollar figure for how much more projects cost in total per year to pay prevailing wages?
I mean, again, we're budgeting 1%, but
1% for this.
correct, on a capital
saying
project.
but the total dollar figure in additional money that we pay out in prevailing wage.
Again, the total amount paid to this contractor in FY25 was a little $407,000.
407 total
Yeah.
for all 52 projects?
Yes, sir, to the
All right,
contractor.
well, so we're paying out 400, but this is 1.8 for 3 years?
5.5 years.
5.5, okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, good to know. Thank you, and we appreciate you. I know it's been somewhat of because it's a newer process that we're, grappling our way through it, and, hopefully it's going to get easier for contractors. We had heard that some minority contractors were thinking about leaving because of the onerous paperwork. So that's not what we want. So hopefully we'll get there and everybody will be on the same page.
Yeah, our goal is to make the process of conforming to the law as smooth as possible.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to add, I don't have the data on this, but I would venture to say that $400,000 seems to be a pretty nice investment when you consider the return. A lot of those folks that are working at a prevailing wage are Baltimore County residents, and they're returning their dollars back into the community. So 400 grand seems like a pretty good investment, because I imagine the return is substantially higher than that.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. We also have at the head table, up next, James Benjamin, our county attorney, about a contract for auto rental services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, good afternoon. The administration requests approval of 2 contracts, one with Sterling Auto Rental and one with Towson Economy Auto Rental. The vendor shall be responsible to provide rental vehicles for the period of time specified to those parties who sustained auto damage as the result of a county hazard or auto accident with the county vehicle. Late model, 1 to 2 years old vehicles will be provided. This council previously approved one similar contract that commenced on October 6, 2019 with Towson Economy Auto Rental. That prior contract was for 5 years and 4 months, not to exceed $75,000. This prior contract expired on February 2nd, 2025. According to the county's financial system, as of August 26, 2025, expenditures or encumbrances under the previously approved contract totaled $74,899. The 2 contracts we're talking about today will replace the previously approved contract that expired in February. The initial term is 1 year with up to 4 additional 1-year renewal options. Funds will be encumbered each fiscal year by purchase order. In no event shall the total compensation paid to both contractors exceed the sum of the county council approved appropriation during the entire term of the agreements, including renewals thereof. Estimated compensation, total compensation for both contracts is $50,000 for the entire term, including the renewal and extension periods. Want to also note that these contracts were put out to bid, and the county received no responses, and as such, per the purchasing manual, the county may directly negotiate, and purchasing decided to go engage the Towson Economy Auto Rental and Sterling Car Rental, both of which are small businesses within Baltimore County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Councilman Patoka?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Benjamin, for a contract like this, I don't know if you said it or not, do we look at minority participation for the companies that own these rental car companies, or is that a factor we use or a factor we don't use?
I think that is a factor that is considered, but here there was no MWBE participation for this contract. That's my understanding, at least.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Mr. Joel Beller, Deputy Chief of Policy and Strategic Initiative. Is Beller correct? Oh, good. I thought it was misspelled here.
I told you it was Bella.
All right. Councilman Patoka told me it was correct, so.
That's what I read in synagogue.
How are you, sir?
Good. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for having me here. I am filling in for Director Hickey this afternoon. He'll be back on Monday, so don't worry too much. Chairman Ertel, members of the council, I'm Joel Beller, Deputy Chief of Policy and Strategic Initiatives for the Department of Housing and Community Development. We'll start with Resolution 4225. The administration is requesting council approval of a resolution that would authorize the county to enter into a payment in lieu of taxes agreement or pilot agreement with Melvin Park LP in order to support affordability restrictions for 79 units at the Melvin Park Apartments located at 351 Sutter Road in Catonsville. Upon approval, the 20-year pilot agreement would take effect for the current fiscal year, which commenced on July 1st, 2025. Originally built in 1951, the Melvin Park Apartments consist of 263 two-bedroom apartments and 132 two-story duplexes. Community amenities include a covered picnic and barbecue area, 2 playgrounds, a laundry care center, a dog park, and outside storage. In exchange for the proposed pilot agreement, the owner will preserve affordability of 79 of the units on the site, which accounts for approximately 30% of the units at the site. 27 units would be reserved for families with incomes at or below 60% of area median income, and 52 units would be reserved for families with incomes at or below 80% of AMI. The units will be preserved as affordable for a period of 20 years, matching the term of the pilot agreement. The terms of the pilot agreement would require the owner to make annual payments equal to 70% of real property taxes assessed by the county. This 30% reduction aligns with the 30% of the units at the site that are being preserved as affordable. Approval of this resolution would assist the department in its efforts to address the county's need to preserve and maintain quality affordable housing, and we respectfully ask for the council's support and approval. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beller. Any questions from the members? Councilman Young, did you have anything on this one?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And just to thank you and the department for, as you've been moving forward on this, engaging with my office and the folks over at Melvin Park.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your support here.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Young. Next up, we have approval of a loan for Turner Station Preservation LLC.
With your permission, Mr. Chair, is it okay if I read out actually 4325 and 4425 together as
Absolutely.
they're related? Okay, great. The administration is requesting approval of 2 resolutions concerning the acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordability at an existing 34-unit multifamily community located in Turner Station by an entity known as Turner Station Preservation LLC. The community includes 11 one-bedroom flats, which are located in the former Turner Station Elementary School house building, 19 two-bedroom townhomes, and 4 three-bedroom townhomes. Resolution 4325 would authorize the county to provide a 30-year loan of $495,000 in federal home funds to Turner Station Preservation LLC to finance substantial renovations of all 34 units at the site. That would cover costs associated with the replacement of all metal windows, shower doors, shower and shower tub surrounds, bathroom vanities, grab bars, toothbrush and soap holders, medicine cabinets, towel bars, kitchen cabinets, exterior masonry, roofing, metal flashing and trim, and metal and wood doors and frames. Additionally, 2 of the units would be designated to accommodate households with accessibility needs and will undergo comprehensive renovations to adhere to Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards, also known as UFAS. This 30-year loan period is in alignment with the proposed 30-year period of affordability, during which all 34 units leased to families with income, all 34 units will be leased to families with incomes at or below 60% of the area median income. The cost of that pilot and why, the cost of that affordability and why we're doing these 2 agreements together is because Resolution 4425 would authorize the county to enter into a pilot agreement with this same entity, Turner Station Preservation, for a period of 10 years in order to help finance the preservation of affordability. The agreement would be effective as of July 1, 2026, making FY27 the first year of the agreement. During that first year, tax payments will be $300 per unit, and that figure raises in years 2 to 10 in a manner that's detailed in the resolution as well as the fiscal note, although I can speak to that more if needed. We've submitted 1 technical amendment for each resolution. Just in 4325, we're clarifying the location of the property, and in 4425, making that same clarifying change and correcting the termination date. So it reads 2036 and not 2026. Approval of these resolutions would assist the department in its efforts to address the county's need to preserve and upgrade quality affordable housing. This is with an organization that we've worked with on multiple projects in the past. We respectfully ask for the council's support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, on behalf of the residents in Turner Station and the folks that are living there that can anticipate these renovations, want to thank the administration for your efforts on this. Appreciate, looking forward to approving this on Monday.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beller. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. We're making a small addition to the Towson Revitalization Zone for 2 projects that have been, I don't know what the word is, I don't want to say long blighted, but long adjudicated projects where we're trying to find final completion on projects that have been lingering for a long time, and extending the commercial revitalization district will certainly help both projects if they're completed. So that's all I have, unless others have questions. Mr. Secretary? Oh, we have 1 speaker.
Yes, I think Ms. Badkis was not sure if she was going to testify, but we're going to bring her forward and see if she still wants to testify on this item. For some reason, Mr. Chair, I'm unable to unmute her. Oh, she's on mute. Ms. Badkis?
Ms. Badkis, are you here?
Ah, there she is.
There you are.
Ms. Badkis?
Do you wish to testify, Ms. Badkis?
on Resolution 4525?
I don't know if she can hear us. All right.
Ms. Badkis, can you raise your hand if you can hear us?
She's not raising her hand, so. Okay. Maybe
She
she'll.
also registered for another item, so
Okay.
maybe we can
All right,
come back to her.
Maybe we'll catch her then.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we have that. That's next up. We have Resolution 4625. This is from Councilman Patoka, designation of Pikesville as a sustainable community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to benefit Baltimore County. We want to designate Pikesville as a sustainable community. As you said, it allows us to be eligible for the state's Community Legacy Program. And as part of the Community Legacy Program, we can receive financial assistance from the state. And so we want to have this resolution to make the Pikesville area eligible.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Patoka. I think we have one speaker on this as well, unless
Yes,
there's questions from the members.
And Mr. Chair, we do have one speaker for this item, and now Ms. Backus is raising her hand, so I think she's realized that she
Ms.
was on.
Backus
So,
is back.
yeah, so we're going to take Ms. Cooper first for this resolution and then go back to Ms. Backus. Sydney Cooper, registered to speak on this item.
Planner.
Ms. Cooper, you may begin your.
Hello, Ms. Cooper.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sydney Cooper. I'm the community planner for Council District 2. So I wanted to come and talk a little bit about this resolution and the sustainable community designation for Pikesville. So the original sustainable community designation was for the Northwest Gateways, which included Randallstown, Woodlawn, and Pikesville. And since it covered such a large area, we decided it would be best to conduct separate community engagement efforts, one covering Randallstown and Woodlawn, and one covering Pikesville. And as we went through that engagement process, we heard about the different wants and needs for those geographic areas and decided it would be best to split the designation to give both areas the attention to detail that they deserve. So we proposed Pikesville become its own sustainable community designation to our stakeholder work groups we were working with, and it was very well received on both sides. This allows us to create two tailored plans that are like more specific to the wants and needs of the communities instead of one broad plan for 3 communities in one document. And this strengthens the plans and, as Councilman Patoka said, the community groups in the area ability to apply for those state revitalization funds when those grants become available. So during the engagement process, it was also noted that areas of Randallstown and Woodlawn wanted to be included in the designation. So we suggested an expansion to the Northwest Gateways boundary, making the Pikesville portion even smaller in relation to the boundary as a whole. So overall, we decided it was best to make Pikesville its own sustainable community and let the plan showcase the vision we heard throughout the community engagement process. And we've been working on this since June of last year. So we're really excited to see this one cross the finish line.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Patoka.
Ms. Cooper, did you receive a congratulatory comment from the county council?
I did not.
Okay, well, this, on behalf of the county council, I want to congratulate you.
Thank you.
Becoming a new mother.
Oh, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to, we have a speaker for,
Well,
did you lose her again?
Ms. Backus had her hand raised, and now she's not on the meeting anymore.
Okay. All right. We'll find her if
So we
she's
will
on the
keep
other
her
bill.
on. She signed up for another item.
Okay. We have one of the items here is Bill 5125, which was for Victim Witness Unit Services. State's Attorney Schellenberger had testified about this at the last work session, and we don't generally have 2 testimonies on the same issue, so he's excused today. So we'll move on to, we have EMS Captain Amanda Wenzel with us tonight from the fire department about the Maryland opioid restitution funding for FY 2026. How are you, Captain Wenzel? Good to see you tonight. Oh, Captain, I'm sorry. Just hit the button on the. There you go. Now they can hear you online.
The fire department is requesting an amendment to the 2026 current expense budget by appropriating to the gifts and grants special revenue funds. These monies derive from the state funds made available to Baltimore County through the Maryland opioid restitution funding. The state of Maryland has made known that the funds available are to be used in funding the quick response team. The grant period is January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2026. It's 100% funding with no match. We were offered an additional $38,314.80, which would bring our award total to $2,093,746.80. And we're requesting to accept the additional funding.
Okay, great. Any questions from the members? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Next up, we have Captain Wilbur Buckingham from Baltimore County Police, cold case testing private grant. I thought we covered this before. Is this another one?
It is the same.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, it's a, okay. Didn't know why. I was hoping we didn't drag you in a second time.
That's all good, sir. Ms. Ann Louise has graciously offered to donate $30,000 to the Baltimore County Police Department. Ms. Allen's father was a homicide victim from 1981. She called 2 years ago and requested that her father's case be reopened and tests conducted for DNA of a suspect. The police department sent DNA evidence to Combined Index DNA System, CODIS, and got a hit on a suspect who is currently in jail in Delaware. She was so grateful that she would like to help others to have resolutions for their own lost loved ones. Ms. Allen has donated $30,000 to be used specifically for homicide, missing and unidentified persons cold case DNA outsourcing in the hopes that other families can also find closure. This CARF is the second of 2 requests. The first was used to accept the donation. This will be used to appropriate the money in the grant code.
Okay. Any questions from the members? Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. Thanks, Council.
Appreciate you coming in. All right, next up, Lawrence Richardson, Deputy Director of Department of Health and Human Services on AIDS Case Management. How are you, Director Richardson?
I'm well. Good afternoon, Chairman Ertel, members of the council. The administration is seeking your approval of a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $449,999,000 to our AIDS Case Management Grant Program. The program provides non-medical case management services to eligible HIV-positive Baltimore County residents who meet the Ryan White program eligibility criteria. They offer a continuum of services, including non-medical case management, eviction and utility turnoff prevention, medical transportation, and food vouchers. The primary use of the fund will be to fund salaries of 7 positions, which provide the case management services to the Baltimore County residents. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the members? Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Mr. Secretary, I'm gonna go to 6325 because it's the, I know there's one other that have a speaker, but we'll clear those so we can get to the map.
Yes, sir. I think the rest of the agenda is council matters.
And like I said, we'll do 59 through 62 after.
Yes, sir.
Matt, because I know a lot of people are here to speak about maps. So we'll go to 6325, which is Councilman Ketch. Is Councilman Ketch with us online?
He is not.
Okay, do you wanna-
Mr. Catch asked me to present this.
Okay.
This is a bill that, as I'm sure the council members know, some of the apartment zones, such as the CCC district and the CT district overlay districts, they have certain provisions related to first floor residential in these apartment buildings. It's become somewhat outdated because of the changes in people's shopping habits and whatnot. They have not gotten the level of retail that I think maybe they would have had years ago. And so there's been kind of a evolution of doing away with the prohibition on first floor apartments, particularly in areas that are not like Baltimore City, where it wouldn't make as much sense to have first floor apartments as it might in Towson or Catonsville or Dundalk or any other area that's maybe slightly more suburban than the city. So this bill would, for the CCC district overlay, would remove the general prohibition on first floor apartments from the regulation, rather than kind of doing it in a piecemeal fashion where I think for elderly housing, there's an exception. This would just sort of remove the prohibition outright, so that you could have apartments on the first floor. However, it would be provided that either there is retail within 1,000 feet of that apartment building. So in order to make it more walkable access, if there is retail, commercial, and similar within 1,000 feet of the apartment building, then there would not be a prohibition on first floor apartments.
Okay. Any questions from the members? All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
We have two speakers for this item, Mr. Chair.
For 60, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's why we're doing it. Okay.
Our first speaker is Brad Croner, who is here in person, followed by Chris Mudd, who is on virtually.
Okay. Mr. Croner, how are you this afternoon?
Good, Chairman. How are you?
Good.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill 6325. Just want to testify today to the administration is in full support of this legislation. We'd like to thank Councilman Catch for introducing this. Sorry that he can't be here tonight. This bill, we think, is a common sense way to create new opportunities for housing in areas that make sense. When the CCC overlay district was first created, I think it was back in Master Plan 1980, it allowed for housing, but required that the first floor be retained for non-residential use, like Mr. Bostwick said. The intent was to encourage activity and a mix of uses in our commercial cores. However, as the market has shifted over time, we are seeing that this could be an impediment to creating housing. Bill 6325 strikes a good balance on the issue by allowing housing in the CCC district if it's within 1,000 feet of commercial uses. So that way we still achieve the goal of having a mix of uses and opportunities for housing, and that will lead to stronger communities and commercial corridors. So the administration supports the legislation, and I can take any questions if you have any.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Croner.
Thank you.
Mr. Mudd.
Next speaker is Chris Mudd. Mr. Mudd, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right. You can't see me yet, though. Let me try and fix that. There we go. All right. Good afternoon, members of the council, and I appreciate the time. I won't belabor this. I'm here in support of this bill as well, and I guess I can say ditto to the way Mr. Bostwick presented it and Mr. Croner as well. We did work with the planning department and Councilman Catch's office in preparing the legislation in the way that we did. As as Mr. Bostwick indicated, there has been a slow departure away from using this zone, or I should say that requiring the first floor retail component or first floor non-residential component. And it's been more geographical in nature. This would be what we think is a common sense fix to still promote walkable communities, but not necessarily require the retail on the first floor, which doesn't work in all locations and frankly has failed in some locations. So with that, we appreciate and ask for the council to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate you being here. All right.
Chair,
Yes.
Ms. Backus is back online. I'm not sure if you want
Let's get her in.
to. Okay. Ms. Backus?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
We
we
can
can.
hear you.
Awesome.
You can begin your testimony for Resolution 45 when you're ready.
Okay, really quickly. I'm a resident of, well, thank you for listening to me and being so patient. I'm a resident of West Towson, and I want to make sure that any improvements, quote unquote, that are done to our neighborhood, keep in mind the importance that this is a residential area. We are good neighbors, and we expect that our businesses also are good neighbors. So I noticed that one of the improvement areas was around Chesapeake and west of Bosley. And I think it's really important to remember that anything you do in that neighborhood is going to impact people with families. So traffic, foot traffic, noise from traffic, noises from people. And so I think it's just really important to keep in mind that as you move forward, that the aesthetics of the area are residential, but also the needs of the people in that area are really important because we support a lot of the downtown businesses. And so the downtown businesses that are encroaching into our area need to respect us. And so that's all I have to say. So I think it's important to have good traffic control. It's evident from like Raising Cane that traffic control is not attended to. And that makes me very nervous when there's quote unquote improvements being added to businesses in our area. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Backus, just wanted to let you know that we have been working with both West Towson neighborhood and Southland Hills. These are both projects that will be complementary to the neighborhood. One will take down an office building that probably never should have been there and turn it into a more residential type use. And so we're looking forward to this, and that's why we did this.
I appreciate that. And I support that.
Okay, thank you for being here today. Next up, we have Bill 6425 from Councilman Marks, Metropolitan District wastewater user charges. Do you want to quickly cover this?
I will be very quick. Bill 6425 extends the window to request an appeal for Metropolitan District wastewater user charges from 240 days to 365 days.
That was super easy. Any questions? All right. Doesn't look like there's any questions. Next up, Bill 6525, also from Councilman Marks, Historic and Architectural Preservation Appeals. This is a
Reintroduction, yes.
Reintroduction.
Yes, the next two bills, in fact, are largely the same as legislation that was introduced over the summer. We didn't have enough time really to get them in a place where we wanted them to be. The first bill, 6525, deals with appeals for properties that do not successfully meet landmark status. And then Bill 6625 deals with the in-person status of Landmark Preservation Commission meetings. We've had some very good discussions between the Landmark Preservation Commission as recently as a few hours ago, and we'll continue to work on both bills.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Marks. I know we have a speaker on both.
Yes.
Ms. Latosha.
Yes, Ms. Latosha, Phoebe Evans Latosha, who is here in person.
Good afternoon, Ms. Latosha. If you're going to just speak on both.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Can I just speak on both of these two bills? I know there's a third bill later on in the agenda. So I am the chair of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. And like all the commissioners come with a diverse set of qualifications for the review of the items that come before our commission. We strongly are in favor of preserving as many properties as we can. For both of these bills, I would ask that they again be withdrawn so that we can have more time to consider feedback, particularly related to, from the Maryland Historic Trust. So there are multiple bills that came before them. They have not gotten back to me about these two bills in particular. 6525 as written is an improvement over the previous version. It would create an appeals process for the Landmarks Preservation Commission for any aggrieved party. So the previous version would authorize the Board of Appeals to hear cases de novo. Instead, this new version would either remand cases back to the LPC or affirm our LPC decision or reverse or modify our decisions if they find that we exceeded our statutory authority, jurisdiction, engaged in unlawful procedure or error of the law. I do have concerns about, taking that review process away from the Landmarks Preservation and putting it in the hands of a commission, so taking out the hands of a commission of experts that we are in the LPC and putting it before a more general Board of Appeals that does not have that expertise in historic preservation. Applications that come before the LPC can be resubmitted for review, so there is already a process where applicants can, and they frequently do, if there's a change that they want to make to their property that the LPC does not approve, they can resubmit to modify it based on the feedback that they receive from us. So I feel like this again is still needs some more work and would ask that we wait to receive more feedback from the Maryland Historic Trust regarding how it would adhere and comply with state law and impact our status as a certified government agency. For Bill 6625, which would require that all meetings are held in person. Since 2020, our meetings have been held virtually. We have, we reviewed this procedure about 2 years ago and decided as a commission that our meetings were more productive in a virtual environment. We receive access to the meeting applications a week before the meetings after the submission deadline passes, and these applications can involve complex architectural drawings where we need to zoom in and out on details. And having access to that material during our meetings informs our decision, and that would be harder to do if we were required to meet in person. I think that I also found that public participation has increased during a virtual environment where it takes away the time and expense of having to come in person. It's less of a burden in a virtual meeting. People don't have to pay for parking. They don't have to take time out of their evening meal prep or dealing with parents of young children or people with underlying health conditions. So virtual meetings allow greater citizen participation in the comfort of their own home or other locations at their convenience. And while why require the LPC to be in person when other boards don't have similar requirements? And as the chair of the LPC, I will say that it is time for us to review our meeting procedures that are posted on our website. They haven't been updated in a while and they need to be updated. And so we are planning to do that and would welcome feedback from any of the preservation stakeholders regarding issues related to time limits and when it may be better to have a in-person meeting for maybe a public hearing as opposed to some of our more technical reviews of modifications to building. So we also would like to have more time to be able to review whether the room where we meet is equipped for virtual or for hybrid meetings, so that we have time to schedule conversations with our preservation stakeholders so that we can take into account the feedbacks come through this process, and also so that LPC members can adjust in person. As chair, I'm actually concerned that we might lose some LPC commissioners because of the requirement to go in person, and that would impact our ability to meet quorum if members can't make it in person due to health or commuting or family circumstances. Thank you.
You want to just stay there, because we're going to.
Mr. Chair, I have a question about
Yeah.
this comment. So thank you, Ms. Evans-Latosha. I thought we just had a meeting prior to this, and I thought we learned that the hearing room could in fact, with some minor modifications or some modifications, accommodate a virtual format.
A hybrid format, you mean?
Hybrid format, yes.
So that is true. I think we do need some more time to figure out then what does that mean for the individual commissioners and our ability to look at the detailed application materials. Are we going to, only be seeing the materials on a large screen? That's harder to zoom into architectural details, that we often need to look at in the course of our review of the applications. It's easier to do that when we have, our own devices at home, which may have a, larger screen, and we can control what we, can zoom in and out of in terms of the photos and the architectural plans.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just learned that the room was equipped a couple hours ago, so.
Yes, so there's
I have
benefit
not
to
had
this.
time to get feedback from other commissioners.
So there is benefit to this process, and this bill, I think, uncovered that. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to cover, unless there's other questions on this, we're going to jump right to Bill 5225, which I believe you're speaker
Yes,
on
thank
as
you.
well, so you might as well. But Councilman Patoka, did you want to cover?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, briefly, we talked about this to prevent demolition of historically significant buildings like the Choate House in Randallstown and the Samuel Owings House, among others. I think Perry Hall, is it Perry Hall Mansion? Structure in Perry Hall. And so we're trying to create flags that will have one more check so that we do not demolish historically significant buildings. We're working with the administration to have something that the administration has some comfort with, but I think, what the problem here is that if you make a mistake or you didn't do that check or something wasn't flagged, we demolish something that's part of Baltimore County's history, and once it's demolished, there's no putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Humpty Dumpty. All right.
Okay, so
Latosha.
On this legislation, I did ask for Maryland Historic Trust to provide feedback on that. I just received the letter from them today which was circulated to you, and just an hour before the meeting circulated to some of our preservation partners. So Nell Zeal, the chief of the Maryland Office of Planning, Education, and Outreach, indicated that we are legally allowed to have a demolition delay established in Maryland land use law. We currently do not have a provision for that in our code, and my understanding this legislation is to try to address that. The MHT letter outlines issues with the language in the current draft and proposes some suggestions, and so I would urge the council to review that, with the LPC and preservation staff to, craft tighter, better language for that. So my recommendation would be the best option would be to withdraw this bill and allow for more research using MHT as a resource to help draft a new demo delay bill, and then we would know that it would meet the state requirements. In general, as chair of the LPC, I do support the idea of a 90-day pause on a demo permit so that it would allow time for preparation of applications to come before the LPC for potential listing as a preliminary landmarks. I would also recommend that the bill be amended to require an automatic scheduling of a vote within 90 days of a final landmark hearing, rather than leaving that to the discretion of a single council person, which then risks properties falling through the cracks, which is what happened with the Choate House. Also, instead of the bill requiring review of buildings that were built at a specific date, in this case 1960, I would instead recommend that, and MHT guidance also supported this, would to specify a period of either 50 or 75 years so that we can account for the passage of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Latosha. Any questions? All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have Bill 5325.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Croner.
Sorry, Mr. Croner.
Brad
I missed
Croner,
you.
who is here in person.
Sorry. I was getting overzealous.
All right, good evening, Chairman Ertel and council members. For the record, Brad Croner, Legislative Officer for the administration. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on Bill 5225. First, to the bill sponsors, council members Patoka and Marks, thank you for continuing to engage with us and other stakeholders on this bill and others. I think we made a lot of progress in our meeting today. Thank you as well to Councilman Ertel, Chairman Ertel, for helping us come together. Thank you all for championing these issues and convening this meeting today with the members from the Landmarks Preservation Commission and the Preservation Alliance. I think all of us agree on the importance of historic preservation, and we share the goal of preventing the demolition of structures with historic and architectural value. So tonight I wanted to share what we intend as friendly amendments that we talked about earlier today that we think meet our shared goals. Our proposal would address technical and policy concerns from us and stakeholders, including the MHT, while preventing structures like the Choate House and the Owings House from being demolished. As you know, the Landmarks Preservation Commission determines whether structures should be added to the preliminary landmarks list, and it's the council that decides on structures being added to the final list. However, under current law, the council only has a set time period under which it can act, and if no action is taken in that time frame, the structure is taken off the list and a demolition permit can be issued. So one of our amendments would close that sort of loophole and require two things. First, a structure is protected until a council vote is taken, and second, a vote would be required within a set time period. So if a structure is added to the preliminary list by the LPC, it will be protected from demolition until the council acts within a period of 45 days. This language would have saved Choate House and the Owings House. Additionally, the Maryland Historic Trust has shared with us additional feedback on the bill, which would like more time to consider. For example, one suggestion from MHT was to adopt language consistent with Section 8305 of the Land Use Article of the Maryland Code, the 90-day delay that we discussed earlier. I've shared that language with the council and testified tonight so that it's on record. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any. Appreciate working together on this. We look forward to continuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croner. Councilman Young, sorry.
Not to jump ahead of anybody, are these considered friendly amendments from the sponsors?
We are in discussion right now. We had a meeting just before this council meeting to kind of figure out what makes sense.
Right. Then just real quick, one of the main things that came out of it was the council's role in this, in terms of me hearing about and hearing testimony related to the legislation. Without the amendment, just help me out. What would that, not that you have multiple amendments, but the amendment related to the council's role and the guaranteeing that would come in front of us, which right now it doesn't. Without your amendment, what does the bill do, or what's the current protection of the property?
So right now, if the Landmarks Preservation Commission votes to put a structure on the preliminary landmarks list, the council has a set time period. I think it's, they have so long to set a hearing and then so many days after that to take a vote. And if no vote is taken, it comes off the preliminary list. It's no longer it no longer has protections and a demolition permit can be issued.
And the amendments, at least one that addresses that particular issue, would require it to
Yes,
come
sir.
up. Right. And the bill itself without the amendment does what?
The bill as drafted without amendment would require that any structure on the Maryland Historic Inventory or the preliminary landmarks list, or I'm blanking on the third, but there's another list. I think it's the National Register of Historic Places. That's right. If any structure meets those criteria, through a process, the council could essentially pull a demolition permit from being issued.
Okay.
And then initiate a process by which it could be added to the final landmark list.
Thanks for walking me through that. I was just curious how the bill addressed the issue and then how the amendments that you all are still working on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Young. Thank you, Mr. Croner.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up, Bill 5325, Maryland Model Floodplain Ordinance. Councilman Marks.
Simply put, this bill modifies the date of enactment for the previous bill, 624.
Okay. And then, Councilman Marks, you have another bill, Bill 5425, correction of zoning map, noticed by councilmen.
Thank you very much. Bill 5425 establishes an alternate process for corrective change to a zoning map approved through the comprehensive zoning map process. We are still working with the administration on this bill. Quite frankly, I'm not really satisfied that we do enough to address corrections when they need to be made. And I think this lays out a very common sense way of doing so.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Marks. Any questions from the members? All right, and I know we have speakers. Ms. Belcastro, do you want to call the
That's
first
correct.
speaker?
Our first speaker is Mr. Roland Patterson, who is here in person.
Patterson, how are you?
Busy work. Is this 5425?
This is 54. Were you doing 5525?
Well, I signed up.
You signed up for both? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be very brief here. My main testimony is on the other bill. I think that there is an expectation on the part of parties who are pursuing projects that they will have some process with respect to zoning. And I think that the amendment has the effect of taking that process away. And I question whether that's a deprivation of due process. I presume that's not intended. And so I want to raise it for your consideration before you pass it. And I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Marks, did you want to address that? Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Appreciate it. Okay. Ms.
Next
Belcastro,
speaker is Susanna Barrios, who is here in person.
Okay. Ms. Barrios? Yes, right up to the microphone there, and you're going to press the green button. And you're here to speak about the zoning bill, right?
Yes, I'm here for the zoning, 5525.
5525's the...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a different bill.
But it's for zoning, that's what I'm testifying, so I don't know.
You're here to testify for what?
For the mapping, is that what I was, so I might have...
You're here for 5525. I think
So yeah, so that's what I had signed up for, 55?
Yeah, so we're going to wait until
Okay.
we'll
Thank
call
you.
you back up. All right, sorry. Okay, next speaker, Ms. Belcastro, on 5425.
Yes. Our next speaker is Pat Keller,
Numbers can be confusing.
who is here excuse me, Mr. Keller is on virtually. One moment.
Mr. Keller?
Mr. Keller?
There he is.
Mr. Chairman, member of the County Council, good afternoon. On behalf of the Perry Hall Improvement Association, we're testifying against Bill 5425 as currently written. Reasons for this include the CZMP is a year-long process. It involves a lot of community participation, and regardless, of the outcome, it's a long and arduous process. The bill really effectively negates that process. Secondly, zoning usually is based on a master plan, a small area plan, a community plan, or something like that. And this bill does not recognize those documents. The bill just simply says if a mistake has been made, then it can be changed. The proposed bill, unlike the CZMP, excludes public input. And lastly, there are a host of alternatives currently in the zoning and development regulations which allow zoning to be changed. Now, all this being said, and recognizing, the need for the bill and why it was proposed, might try something like this, like within 3 months or perhaps some reasonable time period established by the council, subsequent to the adoption of the CZMP. If the council determines that a mistake has been made, the county council by a resolution may refer the issue to the Board of Appeals for review and determination. And I think this builds back into the fact that if the council determines there has been a mistake, at least it goes to the Board of Appeals where it can be advertised and held before a public forum. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Mr. Councilman Patoka has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Keller. Good to see you. Do you have a red line of the bill that would put in place the things that you're recommending?
No, I do not. This was just simply a way to take what the councilman wanted to do and turn it into a more, let's say, process that was more inclusive of how the CZMP operates. But no, I do not have a red line.
Okay, well, thank you, Councilman Marks. If we're all willing to kind of look at your recommendations and see how they fit. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Sam Weaver, who is on virtually. Mr. Weaver also signed up for another item, so I'm hoping that he didn't mistakenly sign up for this item.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I signed up for the wrong one.
You did sign up for the wrong item?
Are you
Yes,
for 5525?
He did. He signed up twice.
Okay.
So he signed up first for Bill
All right, well,
54 and then
we'll get you-
55. We'll come back to you, Mr. Weaver.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that's 5425, and then we're on to, is that all we have speaker-wise, Ms. Belcastro, for 5425? All right, so now we're going to move on to 5525, which I believe is what everybody's here for. I wanted to make a few remarks before we get into,
You have a number of bills for first consideration that don't have any speakers. Or except for one. Did you want to do those at the end, or?
We're going to do that. We're going to do, I said that up front. We're doing 59 through 62 after.
Okay.
Okay.
I think there was one bill that which.
I didn't see. 62, the speaker is for another bill as well, so.
Oh, okay.
We'll
She's not speaking. She sent an email saying she wasn't going to speak this evening on Bill 55. Ms. Huffman?
You're not?
Yes.
Okay.
She's only speaking on Bill 62? Yes. Either one. Oh, she's not speaking on 62 now either.
You're not? Okay. All right, well then we'll stay with my pattern. Okay. All right, so I know a lot of you are here for Bill 5525, which is the proposed council district maps for our expansion of the council from 7 to 9 districts. During this process, there have been 2 overriding goals in the creation of the redistricting map. First, complying with the legal requirements of the county charter and the Federal Voting Rights Act. And second, listening to the people in our communities that have sent us emails, provided their thoughts at public hearings and legislative meetings. We have tried to create a map that complies with the law while also respecting community voices. There have also been questions from advocates as to why, such as why a 2-0 map was introduced rather than the 2-2 redistricting commission map. Although I explained our reasoning when Bill 5525 was introduced last month, I will touch on that again. The redistricting commission's map was recommended by a bare 4-3 majority, not the 5 votes required for the council to adopt a redistricting map. The bipartisan redistricting map we introduced was a product of what county residents told us they wanted at the public hearing we held on July 8th, and in many emails that were received up to that point. They told us they wanted 2 solid majority African-American districts on the west side of the county that provided the best opportunity for voters in those districts to elect African-American candidates. And they did not want an adjacent BIPOC district that would split up African-American voters from those 2 majority African-American districts. They also told us they wanted 2 distinct districts in the Randallstown and the Woodlawn communities. 2 areas that for many years have been the center of African-American political advocacy in our county. We also heard at the public hearing on July 8th that ensuring communities that have traditionally been together stay together was vitally important on the east side of the county. Those that spoke and sent us emails did not want a new district that looked artificial and gerrymandered. Rather, they said the goal was a district that encompasses the Essex Middle River and waterfront areas, and this was accomplished with the addition of the new district on the east side. It is also important to point out that the creation of a redistricting map was not done in a vacuum. In fact, from the outset, we have listened to the persons that matter most, our county residents. We have also received advice from various experts and our attorneys. To assist in ensuring compliance with the legal obligations in this process, council staff asked various experts to provide presentations to the commission. Among the presenters were Jennifer Meacham, Chief of Research Analysis and Design with the Baltimore County Department of Planning, Rui Lavoie, Director of Baltimore County Board of Elections, Dr. Kareem Creighton, Vice President with the Washington, D.C.-based Brennan Center for Justice. As the redistricting process moved to the council, we sought similar guidance from our attorneys as well as a new impartial redistricting expert recommended by our outside attorneys based on their extensive experience in redistricting matters. In addition, since Bill 5525 was introduced, we have continued to hear from the public, from small advocacy groups, from larger, more organized advocates, from state politicians, and from individual county residents in their communities. Although we believe the 2.0 map is VRA compliant, we have been listening to what constituents are saying. We have wanted to be responsive and to see if we could do better. And so the updated redistricting map amendment offered by Councilman Patoka and I that was posted this morning represents an improved effort, we believe. This updated 2-1 map does the best job of keeping communities together as much as possible while also complying with the Voting Rights Act and giving communities of color the most meaningful opportunities to elect their preferred candidates. To reiterate, we are also confident that this map complies with the Voting Rights Act. The map creates 2 majority African-American districts for Districts 2 and 3, and a meaningful BIPOC majority district for District 4, where African-American voters are a plurality of voters. This means the west side of the county has 3 districts that have a majority voting age population of African-American or minority voters. This bipartisan map also preserves the new Essex Middle River waterfront district that is so important to the residents on the east side of the county. One important lesson that has been learned during this redistricting process is that it is not possible to give every person or group everything they want in a redistricting map. That is indeed true. To some advocates, the creation of 3 districts where African American or minority voters represent the majority of the voting age population does not do enough. Others will express disappointment that this updated map does not maintain the extremely high percentage of African American voters in a Woodlawn-only district. Still others will be disappointed that their community, which has for many years been located in a particular district, could not stay in that district. All of that is understandable, but those of us in support of the updated map have also had to compromise for the greater good and in order to reach a consensus. We hope the advocates and county residents will understand, and we will give this map honest consideration. So now let's get to the speakers, unless there's any comments from the members at this point. Yeah. All right, Councilman Patoka and then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank everybody that's participated in the process. We've heard not only testimony for over a year now, we've had hearings for, somewhere up near a year, perhaps over. And we've also had an enormous amount of emails, enormous amount of texts, comments that have come through. And I've heard from my constituents, certainly, and they were very much concerned about communities that were affiliated with certain parts of the county and which district they belong, and communities that were divided into multiple council districts. That was of concern to many of constituents I heard from. And so in the map that's being proposed through this amendment, it has 3, as the chair said, 3 majority African American districts. 1 is a plurality and 2 are true majorities. So District 2, 3, and 4 are those that are cited. District 2 would have 55% African American while having 27% white. District 3 would have 55% African American and 29% white. District 4, which is currently in the area of District 2, which I represent currently, has 45% African American and 44% white. In the perfect world, we would have been able to achieve an East Side BIPOC or African American. And certainly it's important to differentiate between the aspirational and the implementable. And so we all have aspirations, we all have really good ideas, but in order to achieve them in this format, for a majority, it requires 4 votes. For a supermajority, it requires 5 votes. So aspirationally, we can have certain goals, but for implementation, we need something that can achieve 5 votes by this governing body. Otherwise, it's theoretical, but not implementable. And so I think we have an opportunity here to implement something that has been a struggle over the last year and a half, and sometimes I wonder if it's worth it. But I think as time goes on, we'll look back and say, hey, we did the right thing in Baltimore County because we're creating greater opportunity for women and people of color to gain elected office in Baltimore County. And I think in 2026, keep in mind that it's going to be what I call the perfect storm of opportunity for women and people of color to gain elected office, because not only will there be 2 additional seats, there'll also be public finance that goes into place so it doesn't cost enormous amounts of money to run for office in Baltimore County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Councilman Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, we all have known and we know that redistricting has always been and continues to be a political process because it's about representation and allocating power and resources. Still, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. Right now, it would appear as though it's a possibility we're on the wrong path. Right now, first of all, from the very beginning, let me hold my fingers up so people can count how many maps we're on. First of all, a map was produced from the very onset behind closed doors, a map that was traded for 3 votes to expand the council. No redistricting commission, no public hearing, nothing. That map is in law today. That map, I'm gonna say it one more time, is in law today. So then we move on, we create a redistricting commission because people rightfully so were upset. And the redistricting commission is to provide guidance and boundaries on voting, and people had an opportunity to weigh in. Now, after somewhere around, I don't know, 6 months or so, after having, let me see if after 1,600 letters from the public and hours of testimony, the redistricting commission produced a map. Now, I understand it was 5-4 or 4-5, but at the end of the day, they had a vote, they produced a map. That's our second map. And then, once again, like you said, decisions were made, and then another map was produced. And that was the map that was in effect a couple of hours before today's meeting. And then after more testimony and listening to the public and different concerns, another map was created, or amendments to that original, I guess, redistricted map that came from the redistricting commission. That map. So that's the map we have in front of us today. Now, I wish it was a smoother path, but I understand that this is the way things sort of work in legislation. But what I'm asking us today is to maybe, I would make a proposal that we would give the public at least 2 weeks to digest this map versus the 5 hours that was given to them right now. Because I can tell you now, many of the hardworking people, I can tell you many of the hardworking people in our county may not even know that we're here right now doing this, because when they went to bed last night, they thought the other map. I was receiving emails today, either in support or in opposition to the old map, the one that was there yesterday. So I know we have additional time. I know there's some logistics. I know we would have to have a vote. I know we would have to call for a special meeting, but I think giving the public more time to digest this latest proposal is worth it. So that's what I'm going to ask us to think about as we move forward through this day, and I would take the necessary steps to make that a official request later on. And then we can have a vote on it. But for now, that's what I'm proposing.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your comments related to the map that's in front of us now. And I appreciate the conversation we had earlier today related to what was going to be put out publicly at 11 o'clock. I'm still looking over the map, so I can't join you in saying that I'm a member that supports it, because I haven't had a chance to review. I hope it's better. I think I mentioned even at the last work session that I hoped we would move quickly and judiciously so that there would be time for the public to review anything that changed from the initial map. Now, if I'm sitting here with resources, staff, and also experience over the last year looking at different versions of this map and how it changes different demographics, different communities, and different districts from what was passed here to expand the council, I don't think it's fair to expect the public to understand it in the 5 hours that they've had to review it either. I know I've made that publicly clear. I want to reiterate that now, because at the end of the day, it's not just us who are affected by this map. It's going to be the public who has to live under it for the next 7 to 10 years. As elected officials and members and residents of this county, we have a responsibility to make sure that everybody has every opportunity to review what we put in front of them. And I don't believe 5 hours was enough time to do that. I do appreciate your work, and I look forward to talking to you about this. I think the other concern is that after today, there's no public or planned, scheduled opportunity for the public to weigh in if there are any other changes that we receive or decide to make after we hear input from folks today. And if we do decide to make changes based on anything from the testimony that we're hearing that changes this map, then we owe it to the public to also try and provide another opportunity for them to have their opportunity to present to us, rather than just changing something and then having them take a look at it prior to the legislative session that we vote on this next week. I appreciate the opportunity to make some comments, and thank you for the work on putting forth on the map that's presented to us today.
Thank you, Councilman Young. Any others before we get on to the speakers? One thing I wanted to say, we have many speakers here tonight. In order to make sure everyone gets an equal opportunity to address us, we will be enforcing the 3-minute time limit more stringently. Speakers will be subject to a 3-minute timer that shows on the screen. For those speaking in person, the timer will appear on the monitor screens here in the chamber. For those online, the timer will appear on your computer or device on the right side of your screen. When you're close to the end of the time, the countdown will appear in orange and will count down to 0. A negative timer will then begin to count over time period in red. You will be given 30 seconds of additional time to conclude your remarks. If you are speaking online, once the additional 30 seconds have elapsed, you will be muted and we will move on to the next speaker. If you are speaking here in person, once the additional 30 seconds have elapsed, your time will be up and you will be asked to move from the witness table, and we will continue to the next speaker. We appreciate everyone's interest in speaking and participating in this process, but we also need to be fair to everyone and treat everyone's testimony as equally important. We hope everyone here and online will respect these rules and abide by the speaker time limits. Thank you for your cooperation. So with that, Ms. Belcastro, can you call the first speaker? And did we include Ms. Barrios in the? Yes. Okay, we got her in there. Okay.
Our first speaker is Charlotte Wood, who is here in person, followed by Charles Sidnor, who is also here in person.
Good evening, Ms. Wood.
Good evening.
How are you?
Wonderful, thank you. Before you start my clock, I'd like to say that in all fairness, all members of your public and your speaking audience should be treated the same. In the times that I've been here, there have been individuals who have spoke for up to almost 5 minutes and even further. I wish, Councilman, that you had said what you said just now to the entire audience when we started this entire process for this meeting. And I would appreciate being given some leeway, although I doubt very seriously that I will even meet the 3-minute mark. But I do want to say to you that I want the public to be treated fairly. And so I first want to say to you, you can start my time, that I thank you for being allowed the opportunity to have this time to speak. I'm Dr. Charlotte Wood. Again, many of you saw me speak maybe the last opportunity we had to speak. I'm the chair of the Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee. And when I signed up to speak, by the way, I actually believed that I was going to be speaking on the previous map, because at 9 o'clock this morning, the previous map was the map that was current to the situation that we have right now. My concern is that at about 11:05, although I was doing multiple things, I did notice that there was a newly amended map that was put up. I tried to keep in touch with some of our leaders to try and ensure that I didn't miss something in the passing of time as we were getting prepared. So I want to concur with what Councilman Jones said about the opportunity for the public to have a chance to digest what you are showing us, what you've put before us, and maybe even, if necessary, call a special meeting to address whatever it is people may see or have concerns about relative to the new product. After reviewing the map and the numbers, it was noted that there was indeed a third minority district on the west side of the county. The district has a Black voting population based on the documentation provided of 45.21% and a white voting age of 43.99%. In addition, it is indicated that there are 2 African American districts that have 55.12% and 55% respectively. When we spoke last, we asked the council to please be fair in terms of how you look at the entirety of Baltimore County. Baltimore County is a nice melting pot. It has a lot of constituents in it that are very concerned about the fact that we're going to have to live with the decisions that have been brought forward for the period of the next, I don't know how many years, maybe 10, maybe 15. But however long it is, we will have to endure this process. So I'm asking that you consider the need that the bill is and may need to have some ongoing adjustments. There are little to no revisions that have been placed on the east side. It's critical to have the necessary balance across the county. Thus, I am asking and recommending that you go on with some of the work you're doing. I do indeed believe that you have really given some depth and some thought to the actual work that needs to go into this particular map. So with that being said, it is important for you all to be transparent, that the public speak, they have adequate time to review, analyze, and make recommendations. So again, I know you believe this is probably the best possible map that you all can come up with. And it may be, but give it a little time, give us a little time. And I would ask that you continue the mission of making sure that the map that's being presented to you is the best possible and it looks at the entirety of Baltimore County. Thank you.
We redistrict after every census. So the next census is in 2030. We believe those numbers will be probably a better representation of who's really in the county than the 2020 census, which was probably not done as well because of COVID. But we will look at 31, so that will mean in 34, those districts will change once again. Because we're adding districts in the middle, we get an extra redistricting situation now, but it will be looked at again in 31.
In 31.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here tonight.
Our next speaker is Charles Sidnor, followed by Roland Patterson.
Senator
He's also here in
Sidnor.
person.
How are you, sir?
All right, good evening, Chair Tell and Baltimore County Council members. Earlier this summer, I testified before the Redistricting Commission advocating for what I viewed as a fair map based upon the county's demographics. That was the 315 map. However, in recognizing the Redistricting Commission's hard work and listening to the community through extensive public testimony, I believe that their final product is a strong compromise and should have been supported. With that said, I want to acknowledge the amendment that has been put forth, which looks to be a step in the right direction. I have not yet had the time to dig in, but it looks like it's moving in the right direction. So we have all heard arguments regarding what citizens would like to do with the lines. Obviously, during this process, your fidelity is owed to the law. The Voting Rights Act is not something that can be ignored, discounted, or brushed aside. However, given the advocacy by some to keep communities whole, and many of your statements, it strikes me as if the council has prioritized Baltimore County's Charter Section 207C, which requires in part that the district be given due regard to community boundaries over Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which prohibits voting practices or procedures that discriminate on the basis of race. And since this council has done this, I believe, and again, this was prepared prior to, I believe that we do have to acknowledge that community boundaries do not just occur by happenstance. Some of us just have to look at some of our own property deeds to see covenants for ourselves. In Antero Patila's book, Not in My Neighborhood, just look at chapters 15 and 16, where he described the county's harmful acts against historically black neighborhoods in the mid-20th century. In Towson, the government constructed a bypass road through East Towson's black community and replaced the black community of Sandy Bottom with a high school, police, and fire department headquarters, and eventually the county jail. In Catonsville, no fewer than 10 gas stations and food outlets replaced black homes on Baltimore National Pike, just outside the Beltway. In Turner Station, a white residential pocket located in an industrial area was zoned to remain residential and thereby avoided destruction, while the surrounding black residential area, with homes which were built at the same time, was zoned industrial. As a result, most of those homes were torn down. The Baltimore Sun reminded readers that at the time, County Executive Dale Anderson did everything except stand in the schoolhouse door to preserve his county as a white-only suburban enclave. These were not isolated incidents, but part of a pattern of containment and confinement of black communities. He noted that using his zoning power, the county council and zoning commission decimated at least 20 old African-American settlements throughout the county. And I see that my time is up, but if I may just finish this last thought. In 1970, we had the HUD Secretary George Romney with the support of Vice President Spiro Agnew, who had been frustrated by an unreasonable suburban resistance to integration, who then withheld funding because of this county's policies of racial segregation. I share this history because framing conversations around keeping communities whole instead of conversations about equality, which is required, is beyond me. I note equality and liberty under the law is the foundation of the government of the free people. That was what I noticed when I walked in here. We really should ask, why are we baking the redistricting cake with an ingredient which is not required by the state or federal law that may ultimately work against the intent of the law, which recently celebrated its 60th anniversary? And while we acknowledge that there are a variety of factors leading people to move where they are, we cannot discount the history that I recited that leads to why the communities are what they are. Representation, as Councilman Jones noted, is about shaping resources. Unfair maps mean entire communities are left behind for the next decade on schools, roads, housing, healthcare, and beyond. Again, I acknowledge what you all did, and I thank you all that you're moving in the right direction, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Senator Sidnor. I just want to comment, I did read Not in My Neighborhood. I've had extensive discussions with the author, Antero Patilla, so you rightfully cite it. And I will say that historic East Towson's still under attack. The open space at in historic East Towson is trying to be taken away. And so we need to stay vigilant on historic East Towson. And finally, I just needed some clarification. So when you said if a neighborhood reaches out to us and says, hey, why did you put us in different districts? We're split up. I didn't understand. Is that a factor we should not consider, or?
What I'm saying is the Voting Rights Act is a federal law which should preempt, which does preempt state and local law. What I'm saying is under our charter, county boundaries is considered a part of the consideration that you all have to give. I think it's a factor that is probably not the best factor to use and could be removed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sidner.
I appreciate your time. Thank you all.
Absolutely.
Our next speaker is Roland Patterson, followed by Scott Phillips, who is here in person.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, you're back up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and to the councilman. This will be my last appearance before you for this evening. I want to thank you for what has occurred this morning. It is a move in the right direction, and I say that myself, so thank you. I also want to ask you to consider this, picking up on your question, Councilman Patoka, to Senator Sidnor. Growth involves pain. We all experience growth as children and young people. In my case, I had shoes that I wanted to wear for the rest of my life, but I outgrew them, and I had to experience the pain of leaving them behind, and then my parents, unbeknownst to me, discarded them. But I'm saying to you that because we have 10-year segments, or in this instance, a 5-year segment, there are neighborhoods that fail to understand that boundaries must change. This is a function of growth, and it's a function of law. And you are the leaders of the council, of the county, you. And so I think it is incumbent upon you that you would explain this to persons who want to use my example, wear their old shoes, even when they've outgrown them. It is an illegality because it has the effect of segregating, and segregating violates the Voting Rights Act. 51% of the voting population is majority. While this is an improved map, that 51% controls 67% of the county districts. What population is excluded by virtue of that extra 16%? What population is excluded? What will you say to that population? What is the explanation to that population for the dilution of their voting power? I suggest that there is no explanation, that equality and liberty under the law is the foundation of a government of a free people. And I would ask you to revisit this. You're moving in the right direction. I concede it. But I think we must go a little further. I thank you very much for your time. I'm Roland Nathaniel Patterson, Jr. on behalf of the NAACP.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly.
Delegate
It's-
Phillips.
Yes, followed by Benjamin Brooks, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Delegate Phillips.
Good evening, gentlemen.
How are you?
Fine, well. And in order to stick to my 3 minutes, I'm going to do my best to just read my script. And I thank you for the time, and I do appreciate the fact that you've got a number of people, which shows just how important this is to the citizens of Baltimore County. So good evening, Council Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, gentlemen, I'd like to share my frustration. Last week, I stood with citizens of Baltimore County requesting that any amendments to the map proposed that 5525 be released prior to the day of the work session. I didn't speak at that. I was just there to support the citizens. Today I was in a meeting focused on my legislative district and my responsibilities, and when I came out, my phone buzzed, and there was an alert from the Baltimore Sun that read, Baltimore County Council to look at proposed redistricting amendment Tuesday. While I appreciate the last-minute attempt to respond to constituents' concerns, this latest map, in my opinion, is too little too late. So today, my comments are based on a very brief review of the updates reflected in the amendment. Today's amendment is billed as progress. It creates 2 African-American majority districts at approximately 55% and a 3rd district at approximately 45%. But let's be clear, this tweak skirts the problem. I don't think it fixes it. What this amendment fails to address is the diverse African-American and broader BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities on the East Side. Instead of building a genuine opportunity district there, this proposal splits East Side residents across 4 districts, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's how I see it based upon what I've reviewed. That fractures community cohesion and disperses their political voice. The map explicitly consolidates Black and BIPOC influence on the West Side only, while leaving East Side diversity underrepresented. This isn't just geography, it's disenfranchisement. We are denying minority voters meaningful representation, even as nearly half of Baltimore County's residents are people of color. Yet the proposed districts still keep 6 majority white districts intact. Moreover, this amendment appears politically strategic. So I'm gonna say something that many people won't say. It locks in a 5 Democrat, 4 Republican council, depending on deepening partisanship rather than reflecting community needs. What's more, this map will almost certainly invite another Voting Rights Act lawsuit, much like in 2022. This week's changes, packing Black voters into 2 safe districts, fracturing the rest, are legally perilous and politically, I believe, tone deaf. I know you've made some changes to try to fix that, and you've had some consultants work with you, so I respect that. Beyond legal jeopardy, this distorted process is inherently unfair to candidates and communities, because if there is a challenge, prospective office holders, especially from diverse or coalition-minded backgrounds, face uncertainty. Which district will they run in? Whose interests will they represent? That instability discourages civic participation and punishes those who step up to lead. Let's remember how we got here. This all started from a hastily passed vote to expand the council that included a presumptive map, as the councilman said, and language to make council a full-time position, bypassing robust public input or equitably mapping standards. The maps crafted today discounted the work of the commission this council created and didn't emerge from community-driven values. Instead, it's about preserving incumbents and locking in political control. That's not good for the county. This is my opinion, gentlemen. I'm just going to share it, and it is. Baltimore County, and particularly its vibrant minority communities, deserve better. We can choose a path that upholds the rule of law, empowers every community, and encourages fair competition. It didn't have to be this way, but it is. However, you can chart a course that unites our citizens if you choose to. You still have 20 days to get it right. I ask you to really use all 20 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Phillips. Councilman Marks?
Delegate Phillips, I have 2 questions for you.
Sure.
You talk about the fact that this does not reflect community-driven values. Can you identify any community organizations on the East Side that supported the redistricting commission map?
So actually, yes, they probably didn't come and speak, unfortunately. I don't think they had a very large voice, but there were individuals that came to me and represented communities, particularly like in Turner Station, who raised concerns to me. Councilman.
So we've had 26 legislative sessions since last July. You've had 4 redistricting commission hearings, and by my count, we've had 4 work sessions on bills and resolutions. They didn't come to speak at any of those?
I was not here for all of those, and so I can't speak to all of the hearings or what happened at the commission. Unfortunately, I just can't speak to the specifics to that, Councilman.
Okay, so I might be wrong, but I can't think of a single community organization, homeowners association that spoke in favor of the redistricting map. That's the first thing. You talk about.
You said spoke in favor of the commission map?
The commission map. The commission map. Many have spoken in favor of the map that was introduced before.
And I'm aware of that.
Okay. Partisanship. Do you know any of these districts that has a Republican registration that's majority? Or any of these majorities?
I haven't been able to review it. I know that the district, I guess at the top, whatever number that is, yes.
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
No, it's not.
So I'm not aware, because once again, looking at this map in particular, 4 hours, I haven't been able to look at any of the math on this. I have what was described and reviewed that based upon the notes that I was given.
The point here is that you talk about competition. The redistricting commission map, which some people support, was far less competitive than the district map that's before us now or the one that was introduced before.
And I'd love to talk to you about that. I don't see it that way. And so if you tell me it is, you're a good councilman. We've had past experience. So I would love to have that conversation with you. As I see it today, I don't see that.
Okay.
Delegate Phillips, you brought up Turner Station, and Turner Station was never in play to be in any, it's solidly in Dundalk. There were commission members who suggested that we could go across the city or across the harbor and pick up the west side for Turner Station.
No, and I wouldn't have agreed with that either. That's not
But you brought up Turner Station, and that's not.
Because when I look down at 6, 7, if you look on it, particularly Inner Beltway, 6, 7, 8, 9, is it possible to have created a BIPOC district in that area? I'm just asking. I think it is, but I'm asking.
It would look like a windmill is what it would be. I mean, you could come up with anything if you want to make it gerrymandered.
I don't know that it would look like a windmill, but anyway, so we're
and the general public, when they look at a map and they see little pieces, this is like the majority of people, when you talk to people, when they look at a map and there's a little line, because this is how we have the state districts. We have little lines that run down streets and cross over streets and then have a lump at the end. The public goes insane when they see that, because they believe this is one of the reasons why we're in this situation politically right now, because a lot of people have lost faith in the government. And when they look at maps that don't look contiguous, that have these weird situations in them, like, why did they do that? Why did they go around here and then pick up this piece over here that has nothing to do with over here? That's one of the things we're fighting. And a lot of people are saying, no, you got to do that. You should do that. But then when we go out in community meetings, they're like, what is going on here? What exactly are you guys doing? There must be some ulterior motive here. Somebody's getting a good deal because you're doing these things. And that's what we hear. Now, you guys at the state level don't really, like I said, some of the maps that I've seen, I mean, there's one, the 42nd goes and has a little pin at the top. And people.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I know we have a lot of people waiting, and as much as I like the debate, I'm not sure it's necessary for us to debate everybody who comes and make comment.
I'm not debating. I'm just giving you some of the things that we've heard. We have lived and breathed this for almost 2 years. And we've heard every person. I've gotten thousands and thousands of emails. I've taken hundreds of phone calls about this. And like I said, it may not be perfect, but some of the things that have been suggested don't necessarily work either. That's my only point.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Young.
From going through the state process and going through this process as well, you referenced the same thing that I think everyone's heard that's engaged in some sort of redistricting, where, why did you choose this road? And can you believe it? My house is in this district where my neighbor across the street is in another district. What's that about? Where there has to be a line somewhere, and it can't just be through the middle of somebody's home. What I'm saying is that we're comparing two processes, but I'm looking here, which we haven't had a chance to discuss yet, which I plan to discuss with you after this hearing, where we've divided a precinct and picked it out from District 1 to put in one of the new districts, where I know that they consider themselves one community versus another, and they're going to have the same thing. No matter what, and you know this, and we've already stated it in your comments, you move something, you affect somebody else. But comparing and saying that our process, and you didn't say it's superior, but saying it's better than the state process because we do this, we've clearly done it here in a number of occasions. I still don't understand why we have some of these areas that there's a road dividing, and then we've captured another pocket to ask the same question you've mentioned that you've gotten. Why did we do that? I imagine we did it because we needed to make sure that the populations of these districts were a certain size. But that's only because we're up here talking about going through that process. It's not a superior process that we're using.
I never said it was a superior process.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just saying that the comparison of the fact that somebody from the state that has also had to make decisions like we have, they're dealing with the same questions that we've had as well. I'm just pointing that out because it's no criticism or it's no attack on the state process versus ours. We've had to make the same decisions and use the same tactics in drawing a map. We have, and that's just a fact.
I don't see any pins in our map.
I'll show you, I'll ask you
I
when we
don't
get
see any snakes that go up and pick up.
No, right, snakes and that's, I'm just saying in terms of like, why was this little pocket taken out?
Look at, and the public should look at some of the state maps.
Right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So you described it well. We've lived and breathed this for 2 years. And some of us have taken a deep dive on every recommendation that comes in, looks at the map. How do we address this comment? How do we address the comments we heard at a certain public hearing? And then we roll up our sleeves, we pull the maps out, we grab the staff, we dig in. Others choose to opine and observe and sit on the sidelines and then come to a meeting and say, and we hear, there's not enough time. You haven't shared this with us. You haven't done this. When we've been doing this for 2 years, but not everybody has participated at the same level. Although I would suggest that you would understand that, Councilman Young, had you been an active participant rather than opining from the sidelines.
Active participant in what? Active participant in what? Active participant in what?
This process for the past 2 years.
What process has there been to participate in the last 2 years? What process?
Councilman Young, we have all spent a lot of time on this.
Right, we all.
And often you're absent from it.
Absent involved in what?
Absent in that you're not here to chime in.
I think you're missing the point of this entire conversation. It's not about whether I participate, it's whether there's opportunity for the public to participate.
Well, the public has certainly participated.
They have been. They absolutely have been, and should consistently be provided the opportunity to have answers to their questions. And if we've worked or other folks have determined to work behind closed doors or decided to work on folks that they already agree with, which there's plenty of opportunity in the last 2 years to have pulled folks aside and had multiple conversations about these maps that haven't happened, that we've allowed other folks to determine for us, and then provide or expect 5 hours of time between now and between earlier this morning and this meeting, and then expect to have reasonable debate, completely ridiculous. There's been no separation or voluntary separation from a conversation. If the conversation's happening with 3 different people and no one's engaging with them, there's nothing to be a part of.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Councilman, I think you're done with me. Is that correct? Can I just say, look, I just want to end with this. To your point, Mr. Chair, I understand. You talk about, what a district looks like. But I think Senator Sydnor said it best. All of this is about balancing and about trying to figure out how you create equitable maps for people to have representation across the county, with a particular look at the Voting Rights Act. I do hope that the advice that you've been given is good, and that we're not here in April trying to figure out redistrict lines because we've had some kind of a ruling from the courts. So I do hope you're right. That's all I'm going to say, and I thank you.
Thank you.
And Delegate Phillips, look, I voted for you for the Revenue Authority. I think you did an exemplary job heading the Planning Board. My only point is coming here and saying that we haven't been bipartisan, I just don't think that's entirely accurate. I share your goal of competition. In fact, it's something every one of us has voted for. We all voted for the Baltimore County Fair Election Fund to make competitive elections. And well, it was in the budget. But I mean, and that map, it produces competitive elections. I've said this many times, a good Democrat beats a bad Republican in every single one of those districts. Competition's a shared goal.
And Councilman Marks, I respect you immensely. And so you and I will have a conversation about this outside of this venue. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Brooks, followed by Keith Dorsey, who is here in person.
Hey, good afternoon. Here, Ertl, council members, colleagues, and constituents. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks. I represent the 10th Legislative District here in Baltimore County. Redistricting is one of the most consequential decisions we face. It's about more than just lines on a map. It's about whether every voice in Baltimore County will be heard and whether every community will have a fair chance to elect leaders who reflect their values and their lived experiences. I want to acknowledge that this afternoon, I received the amendments the council had made to the original map. From face value, it seems that there were some of the concerns raised by residents and advocates and civil rights leaders are beginning to be addressed. This is a step in the right direction, and I think that those who are listening. However, I must be candid. I believe that more can and must be done. The amended map still fails to provide adequate opportunity for Black, Brown, and BIPOC representation, particularly on the east side of the county. For too long, those communities have been left without the representation they deserve, and small adjustments will not solve systematic underrepresentation. Moreover, the newly released map still lends itself to the appearance of packing and cracking, and we know what that means. Packing, of course, that's concentration of minority votes into a district, limiting their influence elsewhere. Cracking, of course, splits minority voters across multiple districts, diluting their collective strength. Both practices undermine the principles of fair representation and invite doubt about the fairness of the process. Baltimore County deserves better. The maps that appear to manipulate communities instead of empowering them. Representation matters. When every community has a seat at the table, we build a stronger and more inclusive Baltimore County. The commission's plan is not perfect, but it is a fair, more faithful step toward fairness than the council amended maps, which still risk perpetuating inequities. So today, I urge my colleagues and our communities to demand a map that does more than just check boxes. We must demand a map that reflects the true diversity of Baltimore County, a map that ensures all voices from Randallstown to Dundalk, from Pikesville to Essex, are valued and empowered. Let us move forward with fairness, transparency, and advocacy. Let us choose Baltimore County redistricting commission plan and reject any maps that continues to lend themselves to packing and cracking or silencing voices that deserve to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. We appreciate you being here.
Sure.
Mr. Dorsey, floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Council. I oppose the amendment. Since the beginning of this year, I have made the point that Woodlawn deserves a district, full stop. Okay, but I will bring to your attention 3 points that I'd like to make. One, many people have spoken about the Voting Rights Act, but they forget the equal protection provision. And the Supreme Court has indicated that things like District 2 is a racially gerrymandered district that stretches from Gwynn Oak to Boring with no logical reason for putting those groups together other than to achieve racial objectives. Yet it doesn't even do a good job when doing that, because it waters down, cracking, as the senator would describe it, the black voting strength to just 55%. And with this amendment, there is still a good chance we could go from 1 black member of the council to 0. Second point, District 4 is not a real BIPOC district. Everyone who's aware of West Side politics knows that the registration and voting turnout coming out of Pikesville will easily swamp the black voters along Lower Liberty Road. This amendment basically disenfranchises black candidates along Lower Liberty Road. Third point, I would remind those, particularly on the east side, that to take note that if it's okay to rip apart Randallstown and Woodlawn in order to create a BIPOC district on the west side, it lends itself to the argument that you should do the same to Middle River on the east side. So those are my concerns. As I said, I still advocate for a Woodlawn district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Next speaker is Linda Dorsey Walker, followed by Gloria Cooper Blue.
Ms. Dorsey Walker, how are you? Can you put it on that? Is there a shelf? Oh.
Give her the other mic.
Good evening. My name's Linda Dorsey Walker. 4 years ago, I started the initiative to expand this county by adding additional districts. The county had grown by an extra 150,000 people since I last drew lines in 2001 to add the first black district ever. That meant that only 14% of the county had minority representation. In all the years that followed, even though the ACLU, the NAACP, and all these other groups that now are so concerned had the opportunity to do what I did 4 years ago, they never did. They never complained for all that time. And so 3 years ago, that was the first time that there was an initiative to have a second black district out of 7. Do the math. 2 divided by 7 is only 28%. 2 out of 9 is 22%. What is the radical difference? For 3 years, you all threatened and did try to sue the county because you said that you had to have 2 out of 7. If you had prevailed, only 28% of this county would have had minority representation. And yet you vilified my brother and I for coming up with this. Can I have the people in this audience that this morning thought that they were going to come here to testify in favor of the Woodlawn map? Are you here in the audience? If you can, stand. There's a whole lot more people, that are registered to speak tonight online, and even more, hundreds, even thousands that are listening in. I want you to look at this map. I heard people talk about the shape of districts. Look at this. Which one looks like the gerrymandered map? I believe it was Saul Ewing was your consultant that said something about the regularity of shapes of this map. What's regular about that? Let's see. On August 4th, at the end of the meeting, one of the people from the Loch Hearn area had called in. I believe she is affiliated with the Villanova Homeowners or Community Association. One of you came down and said to my brother Keith and I have to help her. She's like one of my favorite people. I have to cut part of Loch Hearn out. I have to do that for one constituent or one constituents group. We're going to change the course of history. All these people want a Woodlawn district. Do you want a Woodlawn district? Weren't you expecting to have a Woodlawn district? They deserve it. They've been waiting 24 years for a second black district. We didn't try to do a political map. Oh, by the way, some of what's reflected here is how do we guarantee that, certain parties will win on this side versus that side and vice versa. We never, he and I never, one day looked at political affiliation, not for one day. We were only looking for one thing. How do we give voice to all these people? You have no idea how excited folks were yesterday and this morning. They actually thought, at last, we'll be able to get on county council boards and commissions. There'll be one of us that will be able to run and so forth. But now there are people who are saying, well, I have to do this or we have to do this because otherwise you're discriminated against. I've been going around to multiple senior homes and they have said, we were not discriminated against when we moved to Woodlawn or Loch Hearn. How dare, I don't care what his affiliation or title is, how dare any elected official say that we were victimized and that's the only reason we live in Woodlawn and Loch Hearn. It's not true. They live there close to their friends, their families, their jobs. So I'm asking all of you who are listening from that 75% Woodlawn district plus other minorities, if you saw someone in the last 2 weeks that spoke out against this Woodlawn map and your right to have your voice heard after 24 years, vote them out of office. Vote them out. I don't care what their title is. If they're sitting up there, vote them out. I don't care what they just declared they're going to run for. Vote them out because they didn't respect you enough. They gave credence to a whole lot of theory, but you're real people. You're real people that you love and I love and respect. So instead of listening to theory, vote them out because they didn't pay attention to your wishes. Thank you very much.
Ms. Walker, Ms. Cooper Blue is not online. Okay. Mr. Chair, I called Gloria Cooper Blue. She was here last week and we put her on the list for this week, but she is not online or in person this evening. I just wanted to let you know. So I'm going to move on to the, yes, I just spoke to Ms. Walker. Yes, I just confirmed that with her. We can come back and look for her later on. Our next speaker is Asia Johnson, who is on virtually. Bear with me one moment. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Subscribe button right now. That way you'll stay up to date with all the great content we're posting.
You might be watching the news.
Hey, Pastor Stephen Chandler here. Welcome to Everything Union Church on YouTube. I'm so glad you're...
Mr. Johnson?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
You may begin your testimony.
Hey,
when you're
Mr.
ready.
Johnson.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So I want to say hello to the members of the county council, first of all. Councilman Marks, how's it shaking? My name is Asa Johnson. And I want to quickly say that I represent the Middle River area, mainly the Greenlee community. We are a design community to have over 3,300 homes upon completion. This consists of 1,100 homes and 2,200 luxury apartments. We're in the third phase of 4 planned phases. We support the current revision of the proposed map of Zone 8. With the current map, again, I say the East Side feels more cohesive and it maintains our partnerships intact that we have worked so hard to develop. This is what most of the people here want. From this decision, we desire to elect the most qualified candidate who is fair and who will truly address the needs of our community and doesn't speak so loud that they can't comprehend what we ask. We are not interested in electing anyone solely based on race or gender. We simply ask you to show us your works before you get our vote. Lastly, I like to say, a quiet mouth doesn't get fed. I want to say we have always stood in solidarity with the North and the West Side in their efforts to have a map that addresses their needs. We now ask that they do the same. And again, I want to say one last time, if you have negative things to say about the East Side and you don't live on the East Side, keep our names out of your mouth. That's all I have to say today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Belcastro.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker, registered speaker, was Donna Batkus. I think if you remember, she spoke on another item, but she was just on, but she's no longer on, so I don't know. Maybe she couldn't stay on.
We should probably go to the next one then.
Yep. And that would be Dorothy Townsley, or Tosley. I'm sorry if I
Ms.
pronounced your name
Townsley.
wrong.
Hailing from the 6th District.
Followed by Tamara Gunter, who is online.
Good evening, members of the County Council. My name is Dottie Towsley. I'm a retired Baltimore County public school teacher. I live in District 6. I want to first thank Councilman Patoka and Councilman Ertel for bringing this amendment. I think it's a good first step, but it's not enough. We need a BIPOC districts for the East Side. I taught for 10 years in the Perry Hall schools area, public schools, and I was very aware of the growing diversity in that area, and it's only increased since I retired. It is, I agree with Mr. Patterson and Delegate Phillips that it is critical that we consider that part of the county. We look at this map and we see that 4 districts are not having any kind of BIPOC consideration, which they need to have. And I definitely believe that it's possible that you may have some problem with the Voting Rights Act because of that. And, you know, I attended many of the MAP Commission meetings, and I sat here and watched how they struggled and tried, and you had the chance to choose one member of that commission from every single district. And they finally came up with a compromise. And they agreed on it. with a BIPOC on the east and a BIPOC on the west, and they had, I believe, 2 majority black districts, majority black districts. It seems to me that what Mr. Patterson has said is that leadership is needed and people don't like change. So sometimes it just requires our elected officials to do the right thing and say that this is needed. We're struggling in this country with chaos. And, you know, I think that we need to show that we want to pay attention to all parts of our population. I'm very, very concerned about that. Thank you for all of your work. I recognize that you have been working for several years on this. And your public is very, very concerned. But I don't think we should be selfish about it. We need to be fair to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Townsley.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just to correct, the vote was 4-3 in favor of the map. 3 people did not support the map.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. Next speaker, Ms.
Our next speaker is Tamara Gunter, who was on virtually, followed by Maureen Wambui, who is here in person. Ms. Gunter, when you're ready, you may begin.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Ms. Gunter.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Again, my name is Tamara Gunter. I am a Greenlee homeowner and active community advocate. Currently, I'm the legislative liaison and the advisory liaison for the entire Greenlee community. I want to say our community did not support the commission's map that was submitted to the council because it divided communities. Also, I want to remind everyone that the commission's map was never seen or discussed prior to the first vote or the vote that was taken by the commission. There was no transparency with the commission's map. Where were all of these organizations and these individuals is coming out the woodwork? Like, where were these individuals when we were going to all of these hearings, introducing this map? I have never heard of even seen of these individuals until today. The Black community and the Black vote, yes, has been taken for granted for years. It's always assumed that we're ignorant or we don't know what we're doing or anything, and it's easy to get our vote. To those who are mentioning that Blacks are stupid or have been bamboozled by this process, clearly is disengaged and don't have a clue. And you're definitely not a candidate that we want to represent us. We want a fair opportunity to select the candidate of our choice. Again, I don't vote based on race or my values. I vote based on my values and the candidate's integrity. I don't vote based on race, but rather my values and the candidate's integrity. I am a lifelong, very, very proud Democrat. I know I say that every time, but I don't want you to forget it. And it just puzzles me that I am seeing all of these people just come out the woodwork and say, oh, we're not in favor, we need a Black district. Just because you're Black doesn't mean you're going to get my vote. I want you to earn my vote. I want you to protect my values, protect my home, make sure we have good schools, put people in leadership that needs to be there. I am in support of Bill 5525. I was in support of the first bill, 5525, and I'm also in support of the amendments to the map. But I just want to say, I wish everyone would stop taking the Black vote for granted. And to my Black Democrats, my Black fellow people, please get out there and vote, because it's very important that you have a voice and you need to stand up for yourselves like I do every single day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gunter.
Our next speaker is Maureen Wambui, followed by Mildred Boyer, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Ms. Wambui. Did I pronounce that correct? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Wambui.
Please excuse my voice. I have a cold. So good evening, Chair, Council members, and members of the public. My name is Maureen Wambui, and I stand before you today as a proud immigrant and a member of the Baltimore County's diverse BIPOC community, which is not only Black, but includes the Latino, Asian, Middle Eastern, and multiracial communities. I am deeply concerned about Bill 5525 because while it appears to create representation, it actually limits it. Bill 5525, as proposed, heavily packs Black voters into 2 majority Black districts and 1 BIPOC district, which I'm yet to revisit because it was taken out late. On the west side, rather than creating balanced coalition districts that reflect our diverse immigrant-rich communities, the plan instead over-concentrates Black residents while fragmenting smaller immigrant populations. This approach leaves a critical gap. The map places nearly all BIPOC political opportunity in the western Baltimore County, with only 1 BIPOC district in the west and none in the east. And I'm from the east, by the way. Despite the east rapidly growing communities of color, concentrating representation on one side of the county while leaving the east without any comparable opportunity district amounts to a modern form of packing. Do not over-concentrate Black voters in the west to meet a target number while starving the east of influence. Balance is the goal. This bill ignores the population reality of our county. Almost half of Baltimore County is made up of people of color, immigrants, and multiracial families. Yet under this map, the majority of us are placed into just 2 majority Black districts and 1 BIPOC, while 6 districts remain majority white. This imbalance does not reflect who we are today or who we are becoming as a community. By removing coalition districts, this plan denies us the opportunity to build power together. As an immigrant, I know the value of working in coalition with African American, Latino, Asian, and other communities of color. Our strength has always been in unity. This bill fractures that unity and weakens our collective voice on county decisions and makes it harder for our communities to have a political voice equal to our share of the population. The way communities are drawn right now, it feels like community division rather than community building. Immigrant-heavy neighborhoods like Owings Mills, Randallstown, Parkville, Essex, Middle River, Catonsville often don't get to form coalition districts, which limits immigrant communities' ability to elect leaders who understand their unique challenges. Bill 5525 will make us politically invisible. Finally, I worry about the long-term consequences. As a parent and a community advocate, I see a new generation of young immigrants, children of immigrants, and multiracial youth rising in our schools and neighborhoods. They deserve the chance to see leaders who reflect their lived experience, but this map locks us into imbalance for the next decade, slowing down the political emergence of those future leaders. Council members, fair maps are about more than lines on a page. They are about dignity, belonging, and opportunity. When you honor the full diversity of this county, you give every child, every resident, the assurance that their voice matters as a diverse county. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Mildred Boyer, followed by Susanna Barrios, who is here in person, of course.
Good evening, County Council. I'm testifying today in support of the Redistricting Bill 5525, the Woodlawn Map Approach, a measure that reflects Baltimore County's commitment to fair representation and community integrity. The Woodlawn Map Approach is not just about lines on the map. It's about ensuring every voice is heard and every neighborhood is respected. Bill 5525 often offers a balanced approach to community cohesion by aligning districts with population shifts while preserving the character of our communities. It promotes equity, transparency, and accountability, values we all share. By passing this bill, we affirm our dedication to inclusive governance and a future where every resident has a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyer. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Our next speaker is Susanna Barrios, followed by Patricia Fallon, who is on virtually.
Ms. Barrios, you're back.
Finally.
Sorry.
Thank you. This is the first time I am testifying, so forgive me if I'm a little bit nervous.
No, just take your time and don't be nervous because...
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Susana Barrios. I live in District 6, and today I'm the president of Latino Racial Justice Circle, but I'm also representing Latinos United Network for Advocacy, Comité Latino de Baltimore, and CAPSI. And the redistricting map before you does not reflect the true diversity of our community. Baltimore County is roughly or about 52% white, and nearly half of the non-white, 31% African American, and about 18% Latino and other minorities. Yet the proposed 216 map means that 60% of the districts will be majority white, and our minority communities on the east side are still left out and unrepresented. Compliance with the Voting Rights Act is job number one. We appreciate the changes made to Bill 5525, especially unpacking the super PAC districts on the west side, but we're not there yet. If you can draw a map with these 3 majority Black districts on the west side and 1 majority BIPOC district on the east side, why should we settle for a map that only has 2 majority Black and 1 BIPOC on the west? Voters deserve a map that reflects every community, not just some. And I wanted to address something that I hear a lot today, where people are asking, where have we been? That we have not been present in opportunities to speak publicly before. I want to say that we have been around, but we have not been aware of these opportunities until 2 weeks ago, where we informed by other organizations of what's happening. Maybe it's because we are not necessarily a neighborhood community association. We, as organizations, we worked all throughout Baltimore City and Baltimore County and through the state of Maryland. So we have not been aware of this. And I, as a person that lives in Baltimore County and a voter in Baltimore County, have not been aware of this, have not been made, I don't know where I should be going to get this information. But again, I don't watch the news because I'm too busy doing other things. I volunteer in 4 organizations. I have a full-time job. So maybe you're sending this information to local neighborhood associations, but we have not been included. So that is the reason why we have not been at those places. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patricia Fallon, followed by Al Barnes, who is online as well. Ms. Fallon, when you're ready to begin.
Thank you, Chairman Ertel and the County Council members. I just, like everyone else, around, I guess, 4:30 or so, 5 o'clock, pulled up the new map. So, and I've been on text messaging, people frantically trying to understand the new map. So I just want to share that with you. I'm not sure really how you're going to address that. But from what, I'm the secretary of the Hanover Road Association. We have been moved into the new District 5, which we appreciate. There was 1.5 miles of Hanover Pike that has been moved into District 2, but from this map, from the one that was there last week or this morning at 9 o'clock. So we still have to talk to them. But overall, we believe it is still a fair and balanced map. It keeps similar communities and contiguous communities together and allows these communities to have a fair voice. That really was all I was going to say, but after listening tonight, I have a few more thoughts. I already talked about the late notice. I also am in Legislative District 10, Senator Brooks, Delegate Phillips, and the others. I will say that I believe, and I agree with Asa Johnson and Tamara and some of the other speakers, that people should be addressing the areas they live in. They know those areas the best. Delegate Phillips and Senator Brooks, I would respectfully ask them to really address the west side. We have seen the gerrymandering that the state senators gave us, and it really is appalling. And I appreciate the county council for trying not to do that and to create compact and contiguous map that is really represents the communities better. We definitely do not want the gerrymandering that the Senate is very good at. The other thing is, I was here at the hearing 2 weeks ago. I was there at the council where all sides, east, west, south, north, all were very much so against the commission map. And they all gave their input, and there was a lot of input. And I appreciate the fact that this council tried to address all that input. I mean, everybody was against, there was so much, it was overwhelmingly against the commission map. And so I really appreciate the fact that you all tried to put the new map together. I think it is more fair and balanced for sure. Again, I appreciate some of the comments from like Asa Johnson and Tamara. I think that we need to be looking at contiguous communities, people of similar communities their representation. I really do not think that we should be focusing everything on race. I just think that makes it extremely unfair and takes away the challenge we have to have representation of all communities and all the skills and the types of communities that we have. So with that, I just want to let you know we do still support this newer map, but I think that people did have needed more time to really give their inputs. Thank you.
Next speaker is Al Barnes, who is online, followed by Joyce Akintillo. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Barnes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Al Barnes. I'm a resident of Randallstown and vice president of the Kings Park Community Association. I call and support the Woodlawn approach as drawn by Keith Dorsey because of the various reasons that Mr. Dorsey has explained. I would also like to see a BIPOC district created for the for the east side of Baltimore County to give minorities there a voice in local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Our next speaker is Joyce Akintillo. I cannot locate her online. She registered virtually, and there's only 3 people on by phone, and none of the phone numbers match, or actually 4 people on by phone, and none of the phone numbers match as well. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is George White, who is here in person.
The famous George White. No camera tonight. Oh, you're taking
And that will be followed by Sheila Lewis, who is on virtually.
How's everybody doing this evening?
Good. How are you?
Okay, you hear me good? Yeah, I'm here just foremost, I'm here in favor. My name is George White, first of all, and I'm here in favor of the Woodlawn approach redistricting map being included in the proposed Bill 5525 for the west side of Baltimore County for 4 reasons, but just for time's sake, I'll just name 2. First of all, it creates a second solid majority black district in a section of the county that has the highest percentages of African-American population. And the Woodlawn map plan is drawn for the west side adheres to all redistricting rules. But just for my time, because I don't have a lot of time. Is that over already?
No, you got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah.
That's something else.
Yeah, let's
That's a
kind
truck
of be,
backing up in the hallway.
Oh, yeah. Let's kind of be transparent just for a minute. It seems like it always seems impossible until it's done. That was Nelson Mandela said that. Okay, but as most of us know, for decades after the Baltimore County Council was formed in 1956, its districts were drawn to preserve a white majority despite a growing black population. And just as we're talking about now, it took court action and pressure from civil rights activists to create a majority black district in 2001, which led to the first election of county's first African-American councilman, Ken Oliver, bless his soul, who served from 2002 to 2014. From that point on, Councilman Julian Jones was elected, and he's presently was elected in 2014 and still holds the seat today. So we want to thank you, but we must not forget that it was all fairness. And why is it that we always have to threaten court actions before we do something? We're talking about fairness, and if you just look at populations and draw them properly, it will be fair. But I just want to ask the council people to begin just to look at the fairness. Look at Baltimore County. It has over 852,000 people, Baltimore County. I think blacks is about 230-some thousand. So we represent a lot parts of the county. So the map should represent all of us that live in the county. And again, just be fair about it. And let's not have to be forced to take your court and do all this battling and back and forth and all that kind of good stuff. I just want to thank you for your time, and like you say, I'll see you on Election Day.
Thank you, George.
Our next speaker is Sheila Lewis.
Ms. Lewis.
Followed by Cheryl Gottlieb, who is here in person.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Lewis. I'm a B6. I request that the county council use the map prepared by the redistricting commission because it is more representative of the demographics of Baltimore County. Most residents of Baltimore County take pride that our communities are welcoming to minorities through fair and equitable programs and policies. However, the map that the council used, I believe it's called the Woodlawn map, in Bill 5525 appears to indicate a regression in acknowledging that diverse demographics by creating 78% white districts when the census count shows that the percentage should be closer to 51%. The redistricting commission map created black, white, and mixed minority districts. We are grateful that the commission acknowledges that increasing Hispanic, Mid-Eastern, Asian, and other ethnicities. This may have been because the commission was composed of community representatives that advocated for the interests of their district's communities, as opposed to the others who created the map in which the community had no opportunity to offer input and questions. Now, we do know that they had the opportunity to speak at council work sessions like this one. However, that is not the same as the community input sessions where residents are allowed to ask questions and receive answers from the persons who prepare that work product, in this situation, the map. I urge the county council to continue to demonstrate interest in ensuring that all residents remain relevant and are not marginalized or overlooked because they are inappropriately packed into overreaching and divisions. And going to the new revisions, the Redistricting Commission had 4 of 5, 44% minority, 56% black, and 56% white, which was closer to what the census demographic shows. Then the Woodlawn map took us to 22% minority and 78% white, which is way off. Now, the proposed amendments brings it closer to 33% minority and 67% white. Still not enough. However, if you had started with accepting the Redistricting Commission's map and then making some modifications, we would not be at this risk today, hearing that this is not far enough. Because what people are asking for is what the Redistricting Commission offered, was a four districts minority and 5 districts white. I'm asking you, please do the right thing. Stay with the process. You put a process in place. You imported these people for a reason. Let them do their job. They're the ones who best qualified to do it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to have this input.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Ms. Belcastro. Cheryl.
Next speaker is Cheryl Gottlieb, followed by Sam Weaver, who is on virtually.
Hey, Cheryl, we'll get that for you. Oh, good.
Hi. So my name is Cheryl Gottlieb, and I'm a resident of District 6. And I was going to start my testimony by reading a few sentences from Councilman Young's Facebook post that he posted this afternoon, because he says this better than I could. Drawing maps behind closed doors, drawn by politicians, ignoring the independent redistricting commission does not meet the moment and cheapens months of community input. I'm here in support of the redistricting committee's maps. I don't know why we went through 6 months of a charade if we're just going to ignore all the community input that went forth in the last 6 months. And I'm disappointed that we're still doing backroom deals, and we have this reputation going back decades of being a corrupt county, and this doesn't do anything to repair the reputation of this county. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Our next speaker is Sam Weaver, followed by Karen Wynn, who is on virtually as well.
Okay.
Years this year we've been here, and I'd just like to keep the Essex and Middle River waterfront community together. We work together to keep the area the best it can be for all of Baltimore County. So that's all I have to say. I'd just like to keep everything together so we can keep working for the good of the people.
Mr. Weaver?
Yes.
I think you started. I think you started before we muted you. You want to go back through that?
Oh God!
I didn't hear any of it except the very end.
Sorry. I said I'm Sam Weaver. I said I've been in the boat business for 80 years here. We started in 1945. I'd like to keep Essex and Middle River waterfront together so we can work together to make the waterfront as best we can make it for all of Baltimore County to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Mr. Weaver, is Ms. Wynn with you as well? You're both logged on.
Yes.
You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
I'll just reiterate, I'll keep it brief, reiterate what Mr. Weaver just said. My name is Karen Wynn. I live in District 7 on the water, and I'm involved in many water groups, environmental and boating, so forth. And I think it's very important. We have this unique gem in Baltimore County, over 200 miles of waterfront, and it's very important to keep the Essex Middle River areas together for the aesthetics, the needs of the communities, businesses, and the environment to keep the area cohesive. Thank you for the time that you all have spent on all of this. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn.
Our next speaker is Peter Richkes, followed by Kathy Wolfson, who are both here in person.
Good evening, Ms. Richkes. How are you?
Again, good evening, members of the council. I sent along and asked to be passed out to you a heat map of the distribution of the BIPOC population of Baltimore County, because it reminds me, every time I look at it, that Baltimore County enjoys a tremendous diversity of population, and they are all over the county. And I'm very concerned about that aspect of the map, even as amended. I'd like you to think of an employer who pays you $70 when they owe you $100. You complain, and they raise it to $80. That's an improvement, but you're still being cheated, and it's still against the law. The Voting Rights Act requires that minority communities have a fair chance to elect candidates of their choice. The amended map appears to cheat minority communities on the east side out of that opportunity. And it will take far more than 4 hours to fully assess the ways this map may or may not comply with the Voting Rights Act. Yes, the creation of a new majority-minority district on the west side may look like progress. In fact, Fair Maps advocates have always called for a BIPOC district on the west side, in addition to 2 strong Black districts. So yes, a 216 map is better than a 207 map. Interestingly, the amended 5525 map visually resembles the commission map in many ways. And the commission worked so hard and long to incorporate all voices. But the fact remains, under this amendment, minorities are still underrepresented and whites are still overrepresented. 67% of the council districts are drawn to be majority white, locking in disproportionate control for the white majority for the next decade, even though only 52% of the county's population is white, and that was in 2020. Baltimore County deserves a map that reflects all our communities, east, west, majority, and minority. That has always been and remains the goal of the Fair Maps Coalition. In your introduction, Chairman, you named all of the consultants that had spoken to the commission, and then you mentioned that you had another consultant come in. Who was that second consultant?
I can't name that consultant.
You can't?
They're part of our attorney team, and I don't have the name, and
Well, that's a surprise in terms of open and transparent government. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kathy Wolfson, followed by Janetis Barnett, and I apologize if I pronounce anyone's name wrong. I'm doing my best.
Is that Ms. Wolfson?
Yeah, let me see if she's.
And she's on twice, by the way.
Oh, is she?
She's listed twice. She's listed down towards the bottom as
Oh,
well.
wow.
Not that that matters, unless she called in 2 different ways. Or
She might, some people accidentally sign up twice. I had someone do that earlier today. I do not see her online as well. Maybe she left or she has not made it. I will put a mark next to her name, and I will go to the next speaker. And they are on by phone. Bear with me one moment. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How you doing?
Yes, sir. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
All right, my name is Janatus Barnett. I represent Greenlee here in Middle River, and I am for the new proposals. I'd like to thank you all for even considering us. We've had several members like Tamara, who called in earlier, who was our former president of our advisory board, who spoke for the community. We've had several polls posted on Facebook, and we were not for the other map at all. So I am thankful, we're thankful that you did consider us. I'm hearing a lot of political propaganda, things in different organizations and groups that are speaking about the East Side and East Baltimore County, and they're on the West. I've lived in this community for a few years now, but I've had friends in this community for a very long time. And the things that you guys are saying, they do not reflect the sentiments of the people in this community. When we talk about community, they mentioned earlier about pulling from certain parts and grouping them with other parts, and they have nothing in relation. Well, that's what they were doing with the map before, and we voiced that opinion. And again, I don't like the political stuff I'm seeing. Here in Greenlee, they had one, I guess he's running for office, who had a freaking press conference, and this is how this whole thing got started, where he went to one of those meetings, and he acted like he spoke for the community. We've never seen him. He's never been really active, but he acted like he spoke for us and said that's something that we wanted, and we did not. And then when we came to those meetings and our voices were heard, they came up with this new map, and we are appreciative of it. Again, the political stuff has got to stop. I've heard things earlier where people are saying, I'm going to talk offline. We need more time to discuss. You've had plenty of time, guys. This map, it's not the best. Everybody's not going to be happy, but it's fair. You know, the one person that spoke before me just said that we can always deserve better. Yeah, we can. And maybe we can address that the next go around. But as far as what this community wants, it's what we want. This map now addresses our concern directly. Please, again, if you're not from East Baltimore, you don't live on East Baltimore, don't speak for us. You do not represent us. We do not want the same things that you guys want. We want a fair representation, a person that's going to reflect our thoughts, our concerns, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker was Carol Mason. She was on earlier. Ms. Mason is no longer on, but Ms. Wolfson is on now. Okay. So let me call Ms. Wolfson. Ms. Wolfson?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm in the emergency department at University of Maryland with a friend. And can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Wolfson.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, this whole process has been very confusing with all these different maps. I'm with the Greater Patapsco Community Association. I apologize for the background noise. We are a very, very mixed community on the west side outside the Erdel. And both the newest iteration and the redistricting commission maps both keep our community intact, which we greatly appreciate. It's just been such a struggle to keep up with this. I sent an email this morning to the council, and I got to the hospital here and realized the whole map had changed. So I do agree with Councilman Jones that there should be another hearing, sadly, but it might be in the best interest. As far as dividing communities are concerned, we were the subject of split district in 2016 and or in 2012 for the CZMP, and over 200 acres was changed from RC to ML, IM, and DR10, and now those 200 rural acres are turning into almost 800 townhouses. And that was because we were asked to make a compromise, which we would never do again. But it just demonstrates the burden on community associations when their districts, when their boundaries are split between two districts. Very difficult to manage. So we do appreciate this latest iteration and the redistricting commission's maps, which keeps the area outside the Erdl on the west side in one district. We don't care which district it is, as long as it's in one district. So you'll excuse me, but I'm kind of flying blind here. I didn't expect to be here tonight. But I do know everyone's working very hard, and we do really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfson. Sorry about your friend in the emergency room. All right.
Our next speaker was Carol Mason. Again, Ms. Mason is not online, so I'll go to the next speaker, who is Karen Breathwaite Yarn, followed by Josh Sines, who is here, who is online, and Ms. Breathwaite Yarns is here in person.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak very
Absolutely.
quickly to you. Well, I continue to support the West Side Map Coalition's proposal that creates a Woodlawn Council District, which creates a new separate county council district and council member for the Lower Liberty Road area known as Woodlawn Loch Earn. I thank you, Councilman Julian Jones and Mr. Pat Young, for proposing 2 more weeks for us to discuss this map situation and get it right for the people of Baltimore County. Gentlemen, because there are 2 41% minority districts on the east side, there may be a possibility of getting 1 or 2 minority elected on the east side, but that will likely not happen unless we have 2 solidly black districts of 60% or higher on the west side. The ACLU and AACP lawsuit from 3 years ago never once demanded a BIPOC district on the east or west side. They were satisfied not to insist on a BIPOC then. However, now they are insisting, to the detriment and loss of the Woodlawn district, that there be BIPOC districts where they will not make a difference, like Pikesville, instead of Parkville, where it would make a difference. Gentlemen, I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, pardon me. Our next speaker is Josh Sines, followed by Pamela Ecker, who is also on by phone. Mr. Sines, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Josh Sines, and I represent the Essex Middle River Civic Council. I'm here to advocate to keep our communities together in a single council district. Essex and Middle River are deeply connected through our waterfront, our diverse communities, and our shared quality of life concerns. Having one council member gives us clear, focused representation and ensures our voices are not divided. I urge you to adopt a map that recognizes Essex Middle River as one district. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Pardon me.
Pamela
Our next
Ecker.
speaker is Pamela Ecker, who is on by phone. Ms. Ecker?
Yes, ma'am.
You may
I'm
begin
here.
your testimony.
Okay. Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Pam Ecker, president of the Boring Community Association. As I waited with bated breath to review the amendments on Bill 5525 to be submitted this morning, I really wasn't sure if we would be for or against the bill. The submission of last-minute amendments were mentioned in various news articles, but calls to the county council office, who had no information or knowledge of the amendments, was frustrating. After calling several sources, I eventually tracked it down, and the amendments were posted around 11 o'clock this morning. so I had to figure out, representing an entire community, what to do. Boring is a rural agricultural community with about 250 residents, and we've been bartered away a few years ago in a redistricting process, putting us in a district with a large percentage of concentrated residential and commercial property with some open space on its northern end. When we were sliced off of District 4 and placed in District 3, we lost the cohesiveness of belonging in a district with similar needs and concerns, most importantly, environmental concerns that affect both agricultural needs and watershed issues, protecting the drinking water of about 1.5 million people in the region. Councilman Jones worked very well with us and helped us to achieve protection from extreme zoning changes requested in the recent ZZMP, but our concerns with the redistricting is due to the various inherent differences of the various unique locales within Baltimore County. Those differences should be as important as other demographics currently being focused upon. There are many issues that should be considered to make politically healthy, functional districts. Using the map from yesterday and the amended map as presented this morning, the community of Boring, barring any more surprises before the vote on the 16th, is in support of Bill 5525. Thank you for your consideration and helping us keep Boring boring. How'd I do? Short enough?
Next speaker is Jordan Harberger, who is on virtually, followed by Sean McIntosh, who is here in person. Bear with me one moment. I'm going to get Mr. Harberger on. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
How do I unmute? Am I unmuted? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Jordan Harberger. I'm here today to address this redistricting plan, various plans, on behalf of the Jews United for Justice, on whose leadership council I serve. As you heard last working session from Andy Miller, also representing Jews United for Justice, we are advocating for a plan which reflects the demography of our community. For too long, Baltimore County has underrepresented its minority communities, and we don't ask for anything like overrepresentation for any ethnic or racial segment of the community. Demographics are not should not be a function of discrimination in any direction. However, with a 51% white population, it's clear to me that clear to us that a map that is reflective of that, a redistricting map that is reflective of that diversity in our community, will be a source of justice for all of us who live in the community. So we call upon you to not act quickly and to please act openly. My attempt to register for tonight's meeting, I made attempts every minute from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. when I was finally able to access it. Your promise to give access to anyone at any time after 9 a.m. Was simply not true, and I'm guessing it was being held up because of the amendment that was being proposed. I'm not sure what caused it. Maybe somebody could speak to why we were not able to sign up until later, much later in the morning, if not afternoon. I would call upon you to take time, allow time, whatever time it takes, to be able to do justice. You appointed a commission, you gave them a job, they worked their job. If you have critiques of their work that you think were not properly addressed, send it back to the commission and ask that commission, which was well constituted, to come back with answers to your questions and concerns. Do not simply eviscerate the work of commissions that you assign. It would be like me hiring a licensed plumber in this county to make a repair on my home, and after he has got his plans all made out for what he's going to do, I simply release him and say, no, I decided to do it myself, and then to do it behind closed doors. So I'm glad that you opened up this opportunity for us to talk, to share with you our views. We urge you to take the time it takes to make a just redistricting plan, one that reflects the demography of our community. Thank you.
Mr. Harberger, I just wanted to address your comments concerning the speaker registration. I'm not sure why you had an issue registering, but we had several people that registration actually opened prior to 9 a.m. this morning. It was opened up at 8:50. And I believe Ms. Dorsey Walker and Mr. Keith Dorsey both signed up at 9 a.m. this morning, and they didn't have an issue. So I apologize, but I'm not really sure why you were not able to sign up at 9 a.m., but it was open.
Kept giving me a notice that said not open, log back in when it's open.
Well, I
And it
can
was
tell you
10, 11,
tell you
12.
that
I tried every minute for 3.5 hours straight.
Sir, I can tell you that if you were on your browser and you hit the link and then you continued to hit the link again and again after 9 a.m. without refreshing your browser, it's going to take you to the same page. You had to refresh your browser after 9 a.m. and then the link probably would have worked because the page is refreshed at 9 a.m. So if you don't refresh your browser, it's using the old link.
Thank you for that information. You might want to put that on your notice as well.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Sean McIntosh, who is here in person, followed by Jason Glenn, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Ms. McIntosh.
Good evening. Before I begin, I'd like to ask a question. Was the commission aware that a 5-2 vote on their part was going to be required in order for you to accept their map?
They knew that we had to have a supermajority, but I don't know that they felt like they had to have a 5-2 vote for us to.
So they weren't informed that if they didn't come up with a 5-2 vote, you wouldn't accept it?
No,
I'm simply asking that because
we knew,
because your reasoning for not accepting it is that they voted 4-3. Well, if they had known.
well, that's not our reason for not accepting.
It was one of the reasons you mentioned. It was in your speech and before this session you mentioned.
I know that my representative was aware, and I assume that the remainder of the commission was aware. Adam, I think you briefed him, didn't you, Adam?
Yeah, we definitely briefed them several times on charter requirements for the 5 votes, and we did try and advise them that the best possible outcome was unanimous. Second best was 5 votes, but a majority would ultimately get the job done. But that's
So
the full answer we tried to give them.
They got the job done, but not well enough, I guess. Okay, that was my question. I needed to clarify that because, frankly, I wasn't even planning on being here today. Today is the 30th anniversary of my mother's passing, and it is typically a day that I spend contemplating her death and what it meant to me and what her life meant to me and what she gave me. So I didn't want to be here today, but I felt like I had to be here today because of what she taught me. My mother was a firm believer in fairness, and she gave me this intense sense of fairness. And I was taught to always try to do the right thing and be fair. Life is not fair, I get that. It's not fair, and I was taught that too. But in life, you should always attempt to do what is fair and right. You do unto others as you would have done unto you. That is how I was raised. My mother was a strong supporter of the Equal Rights Amendment. She would be dying that it hasn't been put into the Constitution yet. She was a supporter of Shirley Chisholm as a presidential candidate, knowing that she probably couldn't win, but because she believed she was a smart, qualified, capable candidate. And here was a woman who was running, and she was so excited. We should all have that opportunity to have smart, qualified candidates that represent their community. When I walked in here, someone sitting in this gallery asked me if I was happy now with this amended map because I had won. I said, no, I'm not happy. oh, you must be happy because now the black vote is diluted even more. And that is not at all what I have intended to get across to you. What I have tried to get across is that you had a commission that you gave a job to, and they spent months listening to the community, and they did their best to come up with a map. I believe that that commission, had they been told, if you don't have a 5-2 vote, we're not going to use that map. If they had been told that, I believe that commission would have taken that very seriously and made an attempt to come up with a 5-2 vote and would have kept going until they came up with that 5-2 vote. But I don't think they knew that. And Eric Rockwell, God bless him, did a great job as a chair. And I feel so bad for him because he worked really hard to do his best. And then his map was completely ignored for a new map. Now, I will say I can also accept when I'm wrong. My mother also taught me to accept when I'm wrong, admit when I'm wrong, and own my mistakes. I made a mistake in my last testimony. I said that you had purposely tried to pack Republican districts. I have gone through all the precincts and looked. I know that that is not true. You did not do that. There are, in fact, more Democrats than Republicans in the districts. I did also overlay the last election results over the map. And so I can see clearly where Republicans will be able to win if they have a strong candidate. Despite the fact that there is a Democratic majority, I can see that. Even in my own district, it's going to be a very hard time for a Democrat to win. It's going to be, I am contemplating running. I know it will be a hard road. I know that. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for Baltimore County, because Baltimore County deserves to have districts that represent the population. I looked at all that you have here. I haven't really had time to digest it because you didn't post those amendments until this morning. But you could take the map that you started out with, that had the Woodlawn district, which people were happy with, and take the commission map that has the East Side BIPOC district. And you could blend those. And I know you could do that because I looked at the population numbers. And the population numbers on the East Side almost didn't change at all, really. But we're within 100, maybe 400 people. So you could do that. You could take the commission's map and your first map, and you'd have, I think, people a little happier with you. I know my time is up, and I apologize. I didn't have anything written today. I just needed you to know that what I said 2 weeks ago, it wasn't personal. It's about the process. And yes, I'm disappointed. It doesn't mean that I don't like you. It means that I'm disappointed that you didn't follow your own process, and I feel bad for the commission. I hope that you will consider combining the two maps, and then maybe people can feel a little happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr. Chair, if I could?
Yes.
Sure.
My condolences, Ms. McIntosh.
I just wanted to dispel the notion, Ms. McIntosh, that the commission should have somehow polled us to see if the map was passable. I think that would have been entirely inappropriate. We gave them a job and they did their job. Their job was to give us a report and a recommendation, which is what they did. But to have that commission counting votes as they were coming up with a map to put into their report and recommendation to us, I think would have run afoul of a lot of people that are criticizing us now. That would have been even worse.
I think you're missing my point.
No, because their mission was not to produce a passable map.
Councilman Ertel said one of the reasons they didn't use the commission's map, that you didn't use the commission's map, is because they only came up with a 4-3 vote. That was in his comments earlier. And so I'm responding to that, number one. That was in his comments. Number two, I personally don't think that anybody who is running for office should be able to have any say in what this map looks like. I don't even think that, knowing that I'm running for office, you shouldn't even listen to what I think the map should look like, but you should be listening to the people.
Well, that flies in the face of the county charter, which gives us the responsibility as legislators
Yeah,
and the legislative branch.
The charter can always be changed and probably should be, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. McIntosh.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh.
Speaker is Jason Glenn, followed by Ruben Amaya, who is also on virtually. Mr. Glenn, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Glenn.
Good evening, Chairman Bertel and Baltimore County Council. Can you go hear me all right?
We can hear you great.
Thank you very much. I don't know where to start. I've testified on this issue multiple times. Let me put it like this. My name is Jason Glenn. I am the chairman of the Woodlawn Presidential Council, which is a group and a coalition made up of 8 homeowners and community associations in the lower Loch Hearn, Gwynn Oak, and western or eastern part of what's considered Woodlawn. My position on this amendment is we strongly oppose. We strongly oppose this amendment for too many reasons. But my question, I have more questions than I have testimony. My question is, Councilman Patoka, were you author of this bill or of this amendment, 1? And 2, did you are you an author or co-author of drawing this map that we see in this amendment?
Okay.
I don't know if you want to answer that now or you want to answer that.
I'll address your question. So I have taken a deep dive in every version of the map. So yes, I am not the sole author. I participated with other council members that were interested in taking a deep dive in the map. And I mean, rolling up sleeves, looking at every precinct line, looking at data. There were several of us that were very interested in that. And it's really like any piece of legislation where certain council members have a different interest. Sometimes, for example, we talk about midges sometimes, and it doesn't really impact my district, so I don't take a deep dive in that particular topic. This particular topic did draw my interest, and I think is something that will create incredible opportunity into the future. And so, in answer to your question, Mr. Glenn, I've taken a deep dive in every version of the map that's been presented.
Thank you for your honesty. As I said, the organizations and me, myself personally, that are part of WPC, we strongly oppose this map. The most of all, and the most in, I'm losing my words because I'm just so upset and frustrated, but the biggest part of this map is that it is a near close reflection of iteration 1, which you can go back through the testimonies from July 8th and previously through. So many people opposed that map. And when we got to iteration 2, people were like, thank you for listening and thank you for willing to adapt. And now seeing this amended map, if you go back and look at iteration 1 and you overlay that with this map, there are really low comparisons. There is really no comparison, at least for District 2. So I just can't bother to fathom how you've taken a deep dive, 1, and coming up to represent all the voices in District 2 to advocate for us when you say you're our representative. This is just solely disappointing. On top of that, we firmly think Woodlawn C and the West Side map was one of the best pieces that came up. It met the Voting Rights Act. It included diversity. And this map just regressed. So I don't know exactly, what backdealing or what was done to form this map, but it's critically disappointing. And it's a slap in the face to say that you've taken a deep dive, to also say that you've considered all of the members who live in District 2 and came up with this result. What I also like to say is that I know there was a lot of talk about East Baltimore County, and those who live in East Baltimore County. What I will say is that there was East representation or groups from the East, such as St. Stevenson's Church, as well as Overly PTSA, who did testify in previous sessions and also advocated their support of the Woodlawn C. I know there was questions around, well, what groups in East Baltimore County advocated or supported various renditions or different maps. And I will say that those two organizations did support the Woodlawn approach as many as other organizations from East Baltimore County, but those two specific for those who had questions. County Council, I'm just disappointed. Like, I'm disappointed that this map is not a reflective or reflection of Baltimore County as whole. I can definitely see the gerrymandering tactics, or what one would say is cracking communities to meet some level or to get a map passed. I understand that if you guys couldn't come to an agreement, we essentially would go backwards. And all the work that we've done up until this point would be a loss, right? But to, put a map in just to get something passed so that we can revisit it in 10 years, I don't see that as the way to go either. This is a poor reflection on the county council and what they've come up with. And I think that we're going to also end up fighting this out in court one way or another. This map no way passes or meets the condition to pass the Voting Rights Act amongst other requirements. I don't see it. So I just want to express that I'm sorely disappointed in the job that was done here. I think the map that came in with the bill from the beginning was better than this iteration that you guys are showing in this amendment. So where's the progression? I just can't see it. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to, the next step in this process, because I don't think we're done yet. This is going to critically upset a lot of community members, especially the ones in my community who put their trust and faith in me. Isi Toka, I'm disappointed in you, sir. Especially on this issue, you could have done way better, and I think you just did a regressive job here, and it's going to reflect that later on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker. Ruben Amaya. I'm sorry. I don't have to do all the stuff you do.
That's okay. We're just trying to gather
look
ourselves
at the
back
list.
together. Our next speaker is Ruben Amaya, who is online virtually, followed by Danny Blount, who is also virtual.
Mr. Amaya, how are you? How are you? I think your
We
sound
can't
might
hear
be
him.
off. You might be muted.
We can't hear you, sir.
Mr. Amaya, can you hear us?
He can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Are you unmuted? We can't hear you, sir.
Maybe call back in and we'll.
Okay, go ahead and get off and jump back on, and we'll see if we can get you in.
Okay. Why don't we go on to the next, Danny Blount?
Absolutely. One moment.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Danny Blount. Mr. Blount, you can unmute yourself and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening, county council members. My name is Danny Blount, and I been listening all evening. You have to be a committed person to stay online this long. So hearing all the testimony tonight is really eye-opening, very much eye-opening. One of the questions that came to mind with me was, how did we get here? How did we get here? Well, we got here because the county council could have changed the charter themselves when there was a petition started for vote for 4 more even before that, knowing the population change that has occurred since 1957 till now, everybody knows that there needed to be an increase in the county council size. That's number one. It wasn't done. So then there was a petition that was brought forward, chaired by Ms. Dorsey Walker and a group of us, to move forward to get signatures to get it on the ballot. So it was a tough road, tough road. But we got 12,000 signatures, and unfortunately, 2,400 were thrown out, so we didn't reach the 10,000 mark. So what happened? Because the council saw that we were getting so much momentum, they decided to form a commission. The commission was formed, and out of the commission, it was decided that two more council seats was going to be the recommendation to put forth to a bill for the council to vote on. They voted on it. The two more additional seats were passed. But there was a map. There was a map included. So I want to ask Chair Bartel, as well as Councilman Izzy Potoka, because he was the chair at that time, who put that map together and how did you get the supermajority? Okay, I'll answer it for you. You two guys formed up with the 3 Republicans to get the supermajority to get that done. That's how that worked. And then the map was produced. A map without transparency at all. So then you think about, I wonder why people look at the county council the way they do. Why are people leaving Baltimore County? Something to think about. It's because the way they see these kind of things happening. And this is why people are saying the things they're saying tonight, what they've been saying for the last 2 years, what we have been working on with Vote for 4 More for the last 4 years. This is something that should have been on the ballot in 2024. It should have been the voters to make a decision on this most important change in Baltimore County, not 5 people out of 7. It should have been the voters that had the opportunity to make a decision on how many people should be on the council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. I don't know that, I think we'd be in the same situation if we had 11, but that's debatable, I guess. Because no matter what, we could have had 13 and we would still be duking this out, and we'd have a whole gallery of people. But thank you for being here tonight.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Amaya. He's back online. Now I can't make him a panelist. Well, he was online and now he's off again, so we will come back to him at a later time. Our next speaker is Selena Joyner, who is here in person, followed by Michael Joyner, who is also here in person.
Hey, Ms. Joyner, how are you? Thank you for hanging in there with us. I think we're going to make 6.5 tonight. I just want to stay till 10:30, or can we get out here early?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Selena Joyner. I come here today in support of 5525 in its original form. I represent the Woodlawn community, Edmondson Heights. I've been a resident for over 20 years. my husband in the back, he'll speak after me, I think. As a longtime community activist, it is important for these district maps to represent not just lines of division, but the 68-year-old man that lives next door that has no food because he has to spend his money on medication. It represents the autistic woman who comes down the street every week with her own garbage bag, picking up trash in the street because she has pride in her neighborhood. It represents the 78-year-old blind man who makes his way to the store several blocks away each week because he lives alone. And it represents those seniors who are stuck in homes that slumlords refuse to fix. I like what this congressman said. I can't see your name from here, but you said that across the street, you live in zone one zone, and across the street is another. So when you look at these maps represent the people. If you look at what it says over your head, just behind you, and I can't read without my glasses, but it says, equality and liberty under law is the foundation of a government of free people. So if you have the power to redistribute these maps, then you can make it look like a jigsaw puzzle. And as a jigsaw puzzle, it doesn't matter how you redo these lines. At the end of the day, it represents the cultures, not just black and white. It represents all people in all cultures. And Maryland it's becoming more and more diverse. It's not like it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You got more people coming here from all over the world. Just get on 695, you see how busy it is. It's changed. So now the change has to be to take this whole map, because you have that power. Change the whole map and make it diverse. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Our next speaker is Michael Joyner, and then I'm going to go back to Mr. Ruben Amaya. He is now back online.
Are we taking Mr. Joyner first or Mr. Joyner? How are you, sir?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Joyner. I'm former lieutenant for the state of Maryland. I'm also a Vietnam veteran, and I've lived in the Woodlawn area. I've had a home in the Woodlawn area for over 20 years, and I've noticed in my community that people are very, very conscientious about their surroundings and what happens in the community. Like back in the day, your neighbor back in the day used to look out for you if something goes wrong, or they see something wrong, or they see a little child that maybe run out in the street. The neighbors out there, the neighbors are there. They join forces together when it's snowy conditions. We work as a team to just make sure the community is fair. And that's the main point. You don't present something, if you represent the people, you don't lay something on the people and expect them to accept it that you produce in a matter of hours and tell them, hey, well, this is what we have. You give them a chance to at least look at it. Like this gentleman right here was saying, you have time to go give the people a chance to at least review what you have come up with. I'm not saying, everything is wrong. I'm not saying everything is right, but at least give the people a chance to look at it and say, okay, we like this, we don't like that. But to put it in different terms, if you're having dinner and you have several people or a group of people at dinner, you don't force them to eat something that only you like. You want them to have a variety or a chance to at least make a comment what they want to be served. And that's the main thing. Give the people a chance to review what you've come up with, and that's the only fair thing. I think that's why a lot of people, a majority of people, don't trust certain politicians because they come up with things that they, in a matter of a short period of time, and they feed it to you, and which is totally unfair and very suspicious. So I think that, just by saying that you want something other than this, other than just throwing it on somebody, at least give them a chance, or give the people in the community a chance to review what you have come up with. That's only fair. And I think that's what the majority of people are saying here today. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good day.
Mr. Joyner, quick question. So, first of all, thank you for your service in Vietnam. You came on the list. You're 4. So, were you're originally for the original map that we had? Is that?
I saw the original map. I thought it was pretty good. There's still nothing is 100%, but I think it was much better than laying on something new on people that haven't had a chance to review.
Sure.
The new one.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to see if you were originally in favor of the original map.
Yeah, it's a pretty good map.
Yeah. Okay.
In my opinion, but like I said, give the people a chance to look it over and make a yay or nay about it.
Okay.
The new one that was presented.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Understood.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Amaya. Mr. Amaya?
All right.
Yes, we have you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Awesome.
Yes, we can.
Cool. Thank you. Sorry, joining on my phone here.
Hey, Mr.
right, well-
Good seeing you. I'm glad we can hear you now.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the council. I do first just want to thank the members of the Redistricting Commission for taking on the enormous responsibility of ensuring that our community and our county is represented fairly. I know that this work is not easy, but I do think it's vital to the health of our democracy. I do think in many ways our county is kind of a microcosm of America. We're home to communities that are diverse in every sense, geography from rural farmlands to bustling urban centers, and really people from different races, cultures, and backgrounds. And we are on track to becoming, if we aren't already, a majority-minority county. And that reality should be reflected in the way our districts are drawn. I do want to thank this council for hearing the voices of concerned constituents and urge you to keep listening, to keep striving toward a map that truly reflects who we are and who we're becoming as a county. That said, this amendment is a step forward from the original draft by providing 3 opportunities for Black and Brown representation instead of the initial 2. And as a Reisterstown resident myself, I'm also heartened to see a unified Main Street in this draft. But I do believe more can be done to help bridge the gap in equality and foster true representative democracy. Let's remember that this body has only ever elected 2 Black representatives in its entire history, and there has yet to be an Asian American or Latino elected to this body. And so that's why I continue to believe it's important that we aim for 4 BIPOC majority districts, particularly on the East Side, where it remains possible. Because I do think it matters, not just in principle, but in practice. It matters because it shapes the distribution of resources, and it ensures that minority voices who are too often ignored through the history of this county are heard and have a say in the decisions that so deeply impact them. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I hope you continue to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amaya. Good hearing from you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next registered speaker was Zachary Curry. I have been unable to locate Mr. Curry since the beginning of the meeting. He did register virtually, so I just wanted to point that out. I will go on to the next speaker, who is Janice Washington, who is here in person, followed by Aaron Barnett, who is also here in person.
Ms. Washington, how are you?
Thank you for this opportunity to address our position and our concern about the redistricting in Baltimore County. I am Janice Washington, a member of Rising Sun First Baptist Church at 2211 St. Luke's Lane in Woodlawn. The Reverend Ingle D. Burns is the pastor of our church who has addressed this council on several meetings in support of the Woodlawn Plan C map proposal. Pastor Burns was here, and there are other members of our church in Woodlawn, if you stand quickly, that are still here in support of the Woodlawn Plan. I am here again to voice our support for this plan. We ask you to reject the council's original plan and support the Woodlawn Plan C. Baltimore County was formed in 1659. It is 366 years old. And during this time, we've only had an opportunity to elect one minority person to this governing body. 1 out of 7. We've had an opportunity, now it's an opportunity to increase it to 9. And so in that time, I want to thank our Councilman Julian Jones, I'm from the 4th District, for the service he renders not only to that district, but all over Baltimore County. I heard him report at the last work session where he was in another part of the county and he was supporting young people, a youth program that is very important to Baltimore County. And so my concern is, out of 366 years, in the name of fairness and equality, there ought to be some sense of fairness, of creating diverse seats, opportunities for other minorities to serve on this governing body. Think about that, Councilman, 366 years. With this map that you're proposing, are we regressing or are we progressing? And that is the question of the day. The time is now. The time is now to increase and advance diversity in this county. Out of 366 years, I would think you would agree. I respectfully appeal to all of you, Councilman Crandall, Councilman Marks, Councilman Patoka, Councilman Ertel, Councilman Jones, Councilman Pat Young, in the name of fairness and in the name of diversity, I appeal to your sense of what is fair and what is right. I think that the Woodlawn Plan recommends is the best opportunity for us to attain minorities and hold on to more than just one county seat. The Woodlawn Plan recommends creating 2 majority Black districts on the west side of the Baltimore County and a minority district on the east side of the county. There exists a strong possibility of a 4th minority district on the east side in Catonsville. You need to expand the representation for minorities in Baltimore County so they can have representatives they can go to appeal and to try to gain more services in the community. In Woodlawn, we are suffering for the lack of grocery stores, banks. We are suffering from other social services. We want greater police protection. And that district is populated enough where it could be a district to have a minority representation. So I am here to say thank you for all that you've done, but you can do more. You can do better. You have a responsibility not to just your district, but you have the responsibility to represent all people in Baltimore County. And I hope that you won't just hide out in your district providing services for people who live there, but come out to the other districts. Come to Woodlawn. You're invited. And I'm sure Pastor Burns would welcome you to come to his church so you can meet many of the people who live in Woodlawn and hear what they want, hear their needs. And even though you represent another district, you can certainly represent and do something for people in other districts. You represent all of the people of Baltimore County. And I thank you for your service. And I know that you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Our next speaker is Aaron Barnett, followed by Owen Anderson, who is on virtually.
Mr. Barnett, how are you, sir? I have been to Woodlawn.
Yes. Yes, you have. All right. Good evening, Council Chair Ertel and the rest of the Baltimore County Council. Most of you up there on that council know me personally and know that I've been a strong advocate and activist in Woodlawn for a very, very long time. People will say that I even bleed Woodlawn. But that's my home. That's what I represent. Now, looking at what was presented this evening, I kind of want to concur with Councilman Jones and Councilman Young regarding tabling this issue for at least a couple weeks so that you can give the public a chance to actually digest and dissect what it is you're proposing. You know, my grandfather used to say, you can't give a baby a steak. You understand? Because it just simply can't swallow it. So what we need to do is publicly give the people of our community time to actually dissect what it is that you're presenting before us, because I came out here tonight to present a presentation on the Woodlawn Sea approach. And then as I walked in the door, I was hit with this. I was at work today. I was in another meeting, so I didn't even know that there was another map proposed this morning. So, you know, I'm just asking that in all fairness to the people, and I've heard several testimony. I even heard a young man earlier tonight, Mr. Barnett from Greenleaf, that happened to be my son. right, representing his community. So I'm proud of him that he stepped up and he's getting political, and he speaks very highly of you, Councilman Marks, in his district. So that's a good thing because both Republicans and Democrats are saying that you're doing a good job. So in closing, like I said, I've heard everything that people have been saying, and it's been a long, tedious task for the commission, for the council representatives that are before us. But you know, it's people over politics. The people who you are elected to represent is whose voices should be heard and continue to be heard regarding the redistricting of our communities. Because as I've heard the word diversity mentioned a lot tonight, I've heard the race card being played a lot. You know, it is true that Woodlawn, formerly the 10th district, we've been known as the largest African-American voting district in the state of Maryland. So Woodlawn itself, and as most of you know, I stand firmly on what we should have as a district and representation, meaning that I've always advocated and I've come before former county council members, county exec, at a lot of town hall meetings speaking on the lack of representation that we've received in the Woodlawn corridor. We feel strongly that below the Beltway, that we haven't been getting the support that we as constituents should get from our elected officials. No offense to current council or prior council, but having Woodlawn created as a district itself and representation from within the Woodlawn district, I think strongly that that would be something that a lot of people in our community support. Now, 2 weeks ago, I brought a lot of seniors from my community out to support the Woodlawn approach. You guys wore them out. Tell you that now. They didn't get home to 10:30 that night, and I caught hell the next day, right, for keeping those people out that late at night. So, you know, a lot of them, well, one of my neighbors is here tonight, Mr. Hyde. But anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. But that's basically what I strongly concur, like I say, with Councilman Young and Councilman Jones regarding giving us some time to really see what this final approach that you guys, this amendment that you presented tonight, because like you said, it was done 5 hours before the council session, work session took place. So I haven't had a chance to really look at it myself, and I would like to have the opportunity to do just that. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Owen Anderson, followed by Katrina Leonard, who are both online. Mr. Anderson, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Council members, I'm Owen Anderson. I've lived in Baltimore County my whole life. I'm a resident of District 1. And I believe the current proposal is still just not fair to residents. I'm a longtime resident of Catonsville in 21228. I know we've been down this road before, and I think Baltimore County's current council districts are not representative. And the last time this happened, the county had the lawsuit, as others have brought up. And I believe we really need to have equity in representation for different voting groups, as is required by the Voting Rights Act. I've heard some other folks advocate for a 315 map, which would create 3 majority Black, 1 majority BIPOC, and 5 majority white districts. Even with the current amendment, I acknowledge that is an improvement, but I believe that Bill 5525 would fall short in creating a map that really looks like us, not to mention future generations, which I'm deeply concerned about. And I think giving white residents, myself included, the ability to control 66% or more of the council representation is unfair when we represent 52% of the county population. I also heard that the current bill may invite another lawsuit, and if that lawsuit takes years, costing money and time, and residents have to wait even longer for fair maps, which could be solved by this council in the next 20 days. Even though I thought it would have been settled by the redistricting commission because you chose them. I think the 315 map would be fair. And I think it, under the current system, which I think is pretty limited, a 315 map, I believe, is the best way to ensure proportional representation of folks. Regardless, we have an election in 2026. We're watching to see what happens next, who's responsible for the districts we end up with after a council expansion that I would have hoped was an opportunity for greater representation. And, you know, I think I'm willing to remind folks in my community who are not in this room or online with us, but also everyone here. Thankfully, we're all eligible to vote in the county to vote for county executive, regardless of which district we're put in, thankfully. But please create a better map, and please give us more time to look at whatever you propose. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katrina Leonard, followed by Isaiah Red, who I've not been able to locate since the beginning of the meeting, but I will search for him again. Ms. Leonard, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, Councilman. First of all, thank you guys so much for the time and energy that you have spent on trying to develop these maps. I was signed up tonight to testify in favor of 5525 until this amendment occurred at the last minute. So I'm going to go with the recommendations of Councilman Young and Councilman Jones, that you guys give the community time to digest this new map before making any decisions. And I just want to say thank you guys for your time. I was in support of the Woodlawn approach. And now that this new map is introduced, I think that you guys are getting there, but you are forgetting a community that definitely has spoken out and said that they wanted representation. And thank you so much for your time.
As I said, Mr. Chair, our next registered speaker was Isaiah Red, who registered to be on virtually. I don't see him on by phone, and his name is not in our attendee list. So I'm going to go on to the next speaker, who is India Artis. Bear with me one moment. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Hi. First of all, thank you for allowing me this opportunity. And you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay. Well, and I want to thank the County Council and the Redistricting Commission for all the work that they did. And as a 24-year resident of Villanova, I've always supported the Redistricting Commission's map, which keeps Villanova in Pikesville. Pikesville has been a strong stakeholder in the Pikesville community, but been a strong voice and has invested interest in Pikesville. If Villanova will be negatively affected if lumped into Woodlawn. Woodlawn has a lower property value, which would affect the property value of Villanova. Woodlawn has a higher crime rate, thus resulting in higher insurance rates. And of course, that would affect Villanova residents as well. And then you talk about the schools. Pikesville schools are rated above average, while Woodlawn schools have a lower rate. So that's my testimony. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Bel Castro.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, bear with me one moment. Our next speaker is Al Mendelson, who is on virtually, followed by Mr. James Woods, who is here in person. Mr. Mendelson, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, it's been a long evening. Here you are. It's 2-minute whistle is soon to blow. Let's not blow it like the Ravens did. Gentlemen, why do we have a county council with districts, but to have community representation? If we ignore neighborhoods, we may as well have no districts at all. The idea of having at large for everybody, it happens in some counties. We've been smart enough to avoid that. I happen to be a Caucasian person, but I voted for many, many blacks. I'm represented by Councilman Jones, Senator Brooks, and Speaker Jones. Senator Carl Jackson lives in Perry Hall in an overwhelmingly white district, but he won handily. We Baltimore Countyans need to see beyond race and vote for the person who best represents our interests. I implore you to vote for Bill 5525 and to preserve our communities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Woods, who is here in person, followed by our last speaker this evening will be Neil Posner.
My name is Pastor Woods. I actually do ministry down in the city, but I actually live in the county, so I get that tag back and forth. I'm out of the 4th District. I was the one that got, I was the very last speaker the last time we were here, and couldn't get back online. And so I'm here. And I'm here because I want to discuss I'm in favor of the Bill 5525, except with the Woodlawn addition and version. My concern is that as I look at the map and I look at the representation, it is a need to be fair. And I thank for the Councilman Jones, which I've always support many things that he's had and he talked about as well. This is about fairness. I know the last time I was here, I remember, not here, but I was online. I remember you being very passionate about the agriculture part of the community and how we were just so gleeful about how well they've done and how things, how their representation is. I got some things done. I want us to be as gleeful about that community as we have any other community. I'm so glad for my brothers and sisters there in that community, but I think we need to look at this community as well and how Woodlawn would be split and would dilute the actual voice of people. I know sometimes it just feels like, to me, almost deja vu. It feels like Texas redistricting all over again. But I would say to you that I know we're better than that in Baltimore County. I know we are better than some of the things that I've heard today. And I believe because we're better, I believe we'll be able to do the right thing. I trust that you represent your constituents as a whole, but also Baltimore County. And so with that being said, I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but I want to make sure that when we do look at fairness, that it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, and it talks like a duck, which means it's going to be fair. That's what I'm expecting for Baltimore County. That when I walk out of here and I go back home, I can say to somebody and say to people in my community, we're going to make this thing right. It's going to work for everybody, not just because we're black, but because we're fair. And I want to make sure that that happens. That's my voice for today. I don't have anything else to say. I know that's hard for you to believe for a preacher, but yeah, that's all I have to say. Amen. Take care.
Thank you, Pastor. I think Councilman Patoka.
Pastor Woods, one quick question. You said you lived in Baltimore County. I was just trying to find, where do you live?
District 4.
Okay.
Yes, right up in Liberty off of by Colonial Baptist.
Okay, thank you.
Amen.
And Pastor, would you say, is it fair to say that you were in favor of the previous map?
I'm in favor of, let me make it very clear, I'm in favor of the map we're in Woodlawn would not, and that area would not be decimated by the new changes. That's what I'm in favor of.
Okay. All right. Just,
okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Our final speaker this evening is Neil, I don't know if you say his name, Posner or Posner. Sir, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so good evening. I'm speaking in support of the Bill 5525 map without amendment. To me, it seems that the districts in this map are compact, they're politically balanced relative to how the county votes, and they meet all the requirements of the Voting Rights Act and other laws for diverse representation. But beyond all of that, they fulfill the entire purpose of having voting districts in the first place. They represent distinct communities. More than the commission's plan, more than the new amendment, and probably more than the original map that was passed with the referendum last November, this map in Bill 5525 keeps the various communities across the county together. It means that the representatives we elect to the county council will continue to actually speak for cohesive, organic constituencies. In a representative democracy, like the one that we are so fortunate to have, that is the highest value in drawing election maps. Not hacking or cracking voters, not politicians choosing their constituents, but representing the people as they are. That is where this map in Bill 5525 succeeds, and that is why it should succeed. I ask the council members to support the bill as is for these reasons, and I thank you greatly for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Posner. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Is that all the speakers?
That concludes our speakers this evening, Mr. Chair.
Holy moly, and it's only 8:15.
We were much more
Who knew?
efficient this time around.
Does anyone want to take a break, and we'll because we're planning to stay till about 10:30. Kidding. I'm kidding. I really am. All right, but we do have some more business. 59, Bill 5925. And this is zoning regulations, exceptions to the residential transition areas. Councilman Patoka.
Okay, so let's get back into gear on, so this is to accommodate a school on Sudbrook Lane. There was community meetings with the school. They were building an addition, and the community met with the school. And in order to make it happen, they needed the transition zone changed, modified somewhat.
Okay. Any questions from the members? Not at this hour, Councilman Jones? All right, well, Councilman Jones, you're up with Bill 6025, zoning regulations, uses permitted in the residential office RO zones. You want to cover this one?
Yeah,
Did you forget about it?
yeah, I did.
You forgot you had this one? It's, hold on. Page 21. Okay, well, here, I'll give you my notes.
Thank you. Oh, yes. The old residential office trick. So this bill is basically dealing with a young lady that does hair. And basically, she saw an opportunity to purchase another piece of property. She was renting. She wanted to purchase a piece of property across the street. Both of them zoned RO, but for some reason, I guess where she was, at the current RO, she could do the hair, and across the street, she could not. I think there may have been some policy change. I'm not sure. But anyway, having conversations with her attorney, this was the remedy so that the property that she purchased that was zoned the same zoning that she was renting, she'll be able to continue her business of braiding hair. So that's what's happening there, right there on Liberty Road. Any questions?
Councilman Patoka.
Yes, Councilman Jones, is this limited in scope, or is it for all RO?
I think this should be, nope, it is limited in scope. It is confined to an area in the Liberty Road East Commercial Revitalization District, which is near between 695 and Rolling Road.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones. Any questions from the members? And then next up is, you're up again, Councilman Jones and Councilman Young. The 6125 revitalization property tax credit.
Yes, I will start off, and if Councilman Young wants to join in, he certainly can. I mean, this is, to be quite brief, this is another opportunity to spur growth in the, number one, the transit-oriented development in Owings Mills, as well as the commercial revitalization district in Woodlawn. So I believe that's about it. Councilman Young?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just,
Councilman Young.
Thank you, Councilman Jones, for bringing this to my attention. It's a couple iterations before getting here, and also I'd like to thank the administration for their input on answering my questions related to the impact in the security and Woodlawn area with the revitalization that the county's involved in there. I think it'll be a value added and also a tool that'll make it easier to kind of to accomplish what we're having envisioned and the community's envisioned there. So appreciate the partnership and bringing it to my attention and not leaving us out. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Patoka.
Yes, Councilman Young and Councilman Jones. Does this impact multiple property owners?
It does. Whoever wants to do something in those areas. We mentioned the transit-oriented development, and then we also mentioned the revitalization district.
Yep, my understanding is that it will, especially once there are more owners than just the county in the Security Square property, but also the surrounding area as well. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, one more bill. Bill 6225, Mr. Secretary, you're up.
Yes, sir.
Hookah and vapor lounges, on-site security personnel.
This is a bill sponsored by Councilman Catch. The council may recall that it passed a bill, I believe last year, to create a regulatory process for the hookah and vapor lounges. Among other requirements in that bill for security was to maintain a video surveillance system to monitor off-street parking and public entrance areas of a hookah lounge. In addition to that, which now exists, this bill would also require that a hookah or vapor lounge provide an appropriate level of security personnel during all hours of operation in order to maintain proper health, safety, and welfare of people on the premises. So Mr. Katz just wanted to add a security component.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Boswick, I'm just going to go on the record as saying, it's one of them things we have to take a look at it and make sure we're treating the hookah lounges and the smoke shops the same as everybody else. Because most of them, like most bars, and have security already. So it's just a matter of taking a look.
Right, you're right. And I think, but in speaking with Mr. Catch, the liquor stores and not liquor stores, but the bars and restaurants are already, they're subject to the liquor board, and hookah lounges are not. The hookah lounges are basically subject to the regulatory process that the council imposed last year. So I think that's why Mr. Catch is doing this bill, because he's trying to fill in that gap, that potential gap. But as you said, it needs discussion.
I wonder if the police chief may or may not support that. Okay. Anything else? All right. That's a wrap. I don't think I missed anything. Okay. Thank you so much.